Hello everybody, and welcome back to more Final Fantasy XIV. And yep, that thing is working as it should. Okay, give me a sec. I need to basically find a image to basically cover the chat with, because the thing that I usually use for OBS isn't working, because yeah, that has been updated since February, and OBS kind of updated and now it broke. So yeah. Okay, let's see here. I need to find an image really quick that I can just use. Let's go with I don't know if these would work. Let's just go with the one that I thought of first. And Walker, yep, and shrink that down. Place that right there, and I do so it doesn't keep aspect ratio. Nope. I guess I'll just down a little bit, maybe shrink it a little bit more. Yeah, that kind of covers it enough. And let me also just down here. Yeah, that should work. It covers one of my buffs though, so that should be fine. That's gonna be the solution for today, at least, because yeah, program hasn't been updated, or the OBS add-on hasn't been updated, so it doesn't work fully. So great. Also, of course, here earlier today, I found out that I don't know, my throat hurts a lot. I don't know why. Technically, the area around my throat has been, like, the entrance to my throat has been hurting a little bit since Monday, or maybe it was Tuesday, I don't really remember, but that was specifically my uvula that hurt, and I think that was probably because I had maybe gotten a canker sore, I think it's called in English, on it, which is apparently possible, so it hurt every single time I basically did anything with my uvula. Mainly just when I tried to like spit stuff out, specifically when I had like brushed my teeth, and that basically ended up causing it to hurt a lot. But now the entire entrance of my throat hurts, and I don't know what is causing that, because I can't see anything in there that looks out of the ordinary. So I don't know, maybe I've gotten sick or something. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Anyway. Today we're basically just gonna be doing some random things in Final Fantasy. I got the goldsmith to level 90 the year before, while crafting the things that Emilians wants for her custom deliveries, and even I ended up even fucking up one of them at one point. I had to redo it because I ended up using the wrong skill. But, oh well. So let's talk to her.
Ah, 'tis good to see you, Shauna. I trust the procurement of various odds and ends for the homestead program proceeds apace. I am ever so curious to see what wonders you will bring.
Okay. A thorough conductive focus. One might say with only the slightest hit of Hyperball, that wielding magics without a focus is akin to cooking without fire. An Aether Conductive Focus then should allow one to wield fine spells indeed. Okay, got 6 of those.
The magical arts require an appropriate focus through which to hone one's skills, whether it is an array of nuliths, a planisphere, cane, or magical concoction. There are numerous options. Quality is key, however, so please bear with me while I take a closer look. I am at a loss for words. This is simply outstanding. Should students grow accustomed to such immaculate craftsmanship, I fear nothing less will ever satisfy them again. I shall take great pains to explain the unique circumstances under which this has been commissioned.
Just see through the rest of them. Nice, 85. Also, I can hear I forgot to turn up the audio for the game.
I have wonderful news, Shauna. The students have naught but praise for your marvelous supplies. Indeed, it appears the program is a smashing success. Why, even my former mentor saw fit to congratulate me. Rest assured, however, I told him I could not have done it without you. I only hope the supplies have also been of use to Mila. Once she has a solid grasp of ether manipulation, I've no doubt our resources will further bolster her flourishing skills. Alas, I must give her the space to learn in her own time. Hello, Shauna. I didn't realize you were visiting. Actually, there was something I wanted to tell you. I really appreciate the work you've done, procuring all sorts of things for myself and the other students. Your support has meant the world to us. So, thank you. Well then, I'd better be off, a lot of spells to practice, and so little time. I mustn't drag my feet, lest I get left behind my peers. Just a moment, Mila. I could not help but notice that you seem a touch out of sorts. Pray tell, is something the matter? Whatever do you mean? I couldn't feel better. Are you sure? Though faint, the gauntness of your cheeks indicates otherwise. I have no doubts you enjoy your meals here at home, but I cannot speak for elsewhere. What can you tell me of the food at the studium? Aha. As I thought. Believe it or not, meals at the studium were considered gruesome, to put it lightly, even in my day. A damning statement considering our woefully low culinary standards. Forgive me for not noticing sooner, Mila. From now on, I shall personally prepare lunch for you. What? No, I couldn't bear to inconvenience you any further. Inconvenience? Don't be ridiculous, we are family, my dear. Right then. I'd love to learn how to cook Thavnarian dishes, if you would care to teach me. Come, let us away to the kitchen. Lady Amalliance, we servants would be happy to serve anything you wish. I must insist that you leave the cooking to us. Thank you, Marild, but that won't be necessary. Though I am out of practice, I am not wholly bereft of culinary skill. After all, it was I who often prepared luncheon coffers for Forshino when we were students. And I'm quite glad I did. His propensity for Archon loaf would have ruined his figure otherwise. Now, let us go and put the kitchen to good use, shall we? Yes.
I'm wondering if we're gonna be...
But, Lady Amalliance, please reconsider.
Wondering if we're gonna be making things for, like, veterinarian dishes, perhaps?
Amalliance is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a benefactor of House Leveler. And yet there is still much work to be done if she is to ensure students enrolled in the academic homestead program feel at home in Old Charleyan. To that end, Amalliance has a new favor to ask of you.
"'Tis only natural Mila would grow homesick, and yet somehow I failed to notice. A taste of home from time to time would no doubt lift her spirits, but we've only the bland cuisine of Charleyan to offer her. Which is why I suspect that, rather than endure the questionable repast of the studium, she chooses to suffer pangs of both longing and hunger when she's away. It breaks my heart to think that there may be other students suffering in silence just as Mila did. To err on the side of caution, I will advise the other homestead families to be particularly mindful when it comes to matters of nourishment. Speaking of which, students who share Mila's passion for learning are often wont to remain at the studium from their first classes in the morning until well after the last bell. Luncheon coffers able to keep their food fresh during those long hours would go a long way to quell any dietary issues they may have.
So I guess lunchboxes.
Trust I can count on you to supply the requisite coffers?"
The custom deliveries list for
Okay, it's been updated and just the I've delivered everything cutscene.
you have delivered the weekly.
Okay, so what exactly is it? A luncheon coffer affixed with a crystal to give it ethereal enhanced sensitive properties. It can preserve the temperature of food placed within it for long periods of time. So yeah, lunchbox basically. That little activity. Let's see, what else can I actually do? I haven't really thought of too much about like what I can do during this stream, to be honest. Let's try and switch over to Reaper. Oh yeah, this is currently my outfit on Reaper because I made it running around as Reaper on my and Sanctuary. So I thought might as well dress the occasion. Let's see. Crystal from Beyond, cutting cheese, and we know Loperet has gone before. What are those quests again? In terms of what they unlock. Let's see here. If I can quickly find that info. Where's that? There it is. Then Endwalker, and then scroll down to the 90s stuff. So let's see here. These things. Okay, so where no lover has gone before unlocks the Stigma Dreamscape, and the cheese unlocks the Smile Town dungeons. Crystal from Beyond. What does that one unlock? Let's see here. Oh, that's the Pandemonium raids. Yeah, we're not doing that one right now. That is, that's some actual, like, current content stuff, so I don't think I have the gear for that, to be honest. Actually, I do kind of have it. I guess you apparently need like ISO 565 for that. So I guess technically I can do it. At least the first 3 or first 4 circles, I think. Yep, first 4 circles you can just do with the starting gear, I guess. Although, hold on. Nope, can't quite yet actually. I need to upgrade my left side stuff a bit more. Actually, all my stuff to be upgraded more because it's 565. Also, that is not possible, and for the 5th through the 8th circle, that is 585. So yeah, can't do that right now. So don't even need to worry about that. Let's see, we can technically do cutting the cheese and where no lobber has gone before in order to unlock some dungeons, I guess. So there is something I actually kind of want to do first. That is... into Ultimate Thule, I think. Forward of the... yeah. Where I want to go, because we still haven't unlocked flying in the Ultimate Thule yet. So, kinda want to do that. I did go around though, the other day because I was just doing stuff. Just want to explore as much as I could. Plus I think I was also doing a little bit of gathering. I ended up getting all of the just aethergurns around the place because I thought might as well do that. We still have like 4 quests left to do here. So let's go and grab the that call again. That is ending as 1 and a most stimulating discussion. And I think I might be able to go and do those as well, perhaps. Because they scale down to level 80. All of these quests. So ending as 1, we get a choice of some 3 different dyes and an aethergurn.
How fortunate that you are here, corporeal being, for we are in need of your assistance. I am sure you saw some of my kind drifting about the untamed wilds just over there. As I understand, they are binding their spirits together as one in hopes of diluting their consciousnesses and thereby erasing their sorrows. Unfortunately, the resulting amalgam doubtless longs for more minds to incorporate, and if other EA approach it, we may be drawn into the growing mass against our will. Your corporeal form seems to outweigh your mental capacity, so you should be safe, however. Please destroy the collective consciousness before it kills us all. Your ready acceptance gladdens me. I believe that if you lay waste to 2 wandering souls, the amalgam will appear. Do be aware that while your mind is safe, it may present other dangers should it realize what you are attempting.
Okay, and I think we might as well just pick up the other one as well. That's, yep, that was turned up. Most stimulating discussion.
Pardon me, traveler. I lack the sense of time as perceived by those of finite lifespans, but might you be able to spare a moment to speak with some of my fellow EA? It is rare to find one so unmarred by the scars of deepest wisdom. Your appearance and perceptions as an outsider differ so much from our own that I wonder if a degree of interaction might prove stimulating for both parties. Much obliged. I shall mark their location on your map. They tend to spend considerable time frequenting their usual haunts.
Just been listening a bit to the song here from Thule. It's basically called Close in the Distance. Gotta say, the first time I listened to it after the like last skill quest, I started tearing up again. Honestly, this song hits so fucking hard for me. Like, just I don't know, because of the like, I don't know, occasion of it. I thought the game was gonna like scale down the enemies, the levels, but apparently they don't do that. 6 levels above me. And something I actually noticed while I listened to the song is, or basically one where it's like lyrics, is that it actually like, essentially, from what I understand, the first part of it kind of like tells our journey through Ultima Thule, and then like the second part of it basically, or the next part basically talks about, or references, I don't know, kind of this our journey through Realmborn all the way up to up through Shadowbringers. It's pretty cool. I just noticed something. The music keeps playing through combat.
What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporeal forms while I remained lost in thought? No, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possess the peculiar form that you now do. Oh, dear. I fear this always happens when I delve too deep into such ruminations. The very moment I attempt to regain clarity, it triggers this most unpleasant reaction. If my fellow EA have not found a way for us to reacquire our corporeality, perhaps it falls to me to meditate further upon the matter. In any event, pray leave me to my cogitations.
Okay. I'm gonna try and avoid the enemies still and just make my way to the next person I need to talk to. I feel like this place is still a bit too dark because I sometimes have trouble actually seeing where the hell I'm going. Also, I think the weather, the astromagnetic storm, is kind of fucking it up as well.
How curious. An unfamiliar corporeal life form calls out to me, as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime, mayhap of many lifetimes. And so I pose to you this question. Tell me, traveler, what is the true nature of life and the universe?
42, a deep forest where predators lurk. An eternal adventure. 42.
Why, precisely. That is the very conclusion I arrived at myself. How heartening, and surprising, I dare say, to meet one as enlightened as myself. Oh, you must be that traverser from beyond who has been causing quite the stir around our abode. What a stroke of luck. In fact, I had been hoping I might have the opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. For you see, I have for too long whiled away my days in listless banality, drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so longed to strike up a stimulating conversation with a traveler, yet for so long none would pay me visit. That said, I never imagined you would have such a strange physical form. Pray tell, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out through one of the multiple orifices in your body? Oh, but pardon me. Truly, I meant no offense. Clearly, life in your world found this shape to be suitable, perhaps even necessary, for your survival. Perhaps our own original form was equally horrifying.
Is that quest done? We just need to kill or drifting E. Sorry, you pronounced their name. And then there should spawn a unified one. Those two are done. And then we just need to head down to the Omicrons and do their quest. And maybe that's gonna unlock their quests, like the travel quest down
I
there.
see you made quick work of the amalgam. Of course, it is well within each EA's rights to choose when they wish to end their own existence. But to force others to join them, however accidentally, is another matter. This whole ordeal has led me to contemplate how I should meet my own demise. Ah, but forgive me, I forgot such matters are not left to choice for your kind. Truthfully, I envy you. To go forth each day full of vigor, not knowing when your lives will be unexpectedly snuffed out. It must feel incredible. My apologies if I have made you uncomfortable. I am unused to speaking with mortals. Be assured that I appreciate your help, and you have given me much to think about regarding death, or, perhaps, life.
Let's go with this one because you can buy that.
Did you encounter my acquaintances? I can only hope that they derived the same sense of stimulation from conversing with you as I myself did, for if so, we may yet discover a means to attain the moratorium known as death. Until that time, should you ever be in the mood for a discussion on the profound and inevitable meaninglessness of the universe, we will be here waiting. Yes, always waiting.
It's just down to the Omicrons. And complete those two quests down there. Then we are gonna be flying and have that unlocked in every single area. Okay, so we got the Inquisitive Omicron and someone over there that I can't read, but or read the name of, but they're called something with numbers. Learn to love.
Assistance requested. This unit has observed a curious phenomenon in which certain members of enemy factions have exhibited a marked increase in their combat capabilities. Analysis suggests that said members share unique, intraspecific bonds with others in their faction. These individuals were conferred titles such as consort and family. This unit detected no difference in physiology that would provide notable advantages in combat, yet the presence of intraspecific bonds alone led to an increase in performance. Records indicate that one member of a bond group exhibits this exponential improvement when others are eliminated. Potential benefits of such augmentation are projected to be immense. Thus, this unit's query, are you familiar with the aforementioned phenomenon? This is fortunate, as this unit has constructed a consort for research purposes. You are asked to delineate the method by which this unit might form an intraspecific bond with said consort. Requesting standby at present coordinates. Initiating consort retrieval.
Okay. So just wait here.
Activating introduction. This unit presents the aforementioned consort. At present, its capabilities are comparable to subordinate patrol units. How should we proceed?
You can give it a pet name. You need to grow closer. Say that. Its pet name? Maybe not. Is there
Synonyms detected. Initiating semantic review. Closer, 1, suggests obtaining a nearer physical proximity to the target than at present. This unit will move toward the consort in an attempt to develop the desired intraspecific bond. Visual analysis at this range reveals a dent in the target's frame. Estimated impact on functionality, inconsequential. This unit requests confirmation that such discoveries will result in improved performance. Cross-referencing gesture database. Implication identified as doubtful. Issuing new proposal to refer to the Omicron as my beloved, simulating the way in which a member of an enemy faction referred to its bondmate. Appellation change confirmed. New designation, my beloved. Reconfiguring emotional status to grateful. This unit appreciates your assistance in facilitating the creation of a special bond with my beloved. Initiating phase 2 of experiment. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Transmitting self-destruct command to my beloved.
Damn.
Analyzing unit status. No changes in functionality detected. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has successfully executed the self-destruct command. Retrieval of remains also requested.
Okay. That's all the way out there. Guessing we can quickly grab the quest over here as well. Combat involved.
Initiating communication. This unit requests your participation in an Omicron combat simulation.
N4486.
98.8% of the past 12,359 sessions have produced the exact same result. Thus, an unknown quantity such as yourself is required. An Omicron aggressor is positioned outside the base. This unit has instructed said opponent to record all combat session data. You may initiate your assault when your preparations are complete.
One strike won't be destroyed if I smash it. Are you looking for more of a polling or a polarizing?
Uncertainty detected. Reviewing previous transmission. Verbal analysis suggests this unit has omitted crucial information regarding the current mission. This unit begs your pardon. Once you have nearly destroyed the aggressor, you are requested to activate this device, which will automatically transfer combat data to a convenient portable format. Initiating handover protocol. Sending coordinates. Per the transmission you have just received, the opponent is located on the planar frame extending from this base. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit thanks you for your cooperation.
It's basically over in the same area as the other one. Nice. Now the enemy is scaled down to my level. Guessing if it's normal enemies need to kill it, it doesn't scale. Yeah, this thing. And then behind this, find pieces of my beloved. Seems to be 2 pieces. Probably being a leg, I think. Sure what the smaller part was, but it was definitely a leg that was part of it. Remains of the Omicron's consort after it self-destructed.
Requesting retrieval of my beloved. Potential for reconstruction and further experimentation remains high. Self-destruct confirmed successful. Sadly, experiment confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of this unit's parameters shows no change in functionality. This unit will consider executing a family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data, but based on the results of the consort simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Reconfiguring emotional state from disappointed to grateful. This unit thanks you once more for your cooperation. Your proposed methodology may be implemented in future experiments.
Okay. And then we just need to leave this one and we get flying.
Reviewing received transmission. Analysis suggests the aggressor is no longer operational. Requesting return of previously provided recording device.
Device containing data from your fight against the Omicron aggressor. For some reason, the screen reads level 90 and speaks, and its speakers are emitting a jaunty 2. Okay.
Extraction of combat data complete. Analyzing. Quality of data greatly exceeds expected values and all previous records. Reconfiguring emotional state to impressed. The data suggests you engaged the aggressor at close quarters and gave it little time to respond. This unit will submit a request to the logistics matrix for the augmentation of emergency escape apparatus. Searching database for situationally appropriate axiom. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of new challenge results in stagnation. Records indicate the space has not encountered new threats in a considerable amount of time. This unit sees potential value in enduring attacks more frequently, though its Discord prevention module is buzzing in a most irritating fashion. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with the collection of combat data. Analysis suggests it will prove invaluable to the further development of base Omicron.
Nice. And with that, we have flying unlocked. Okay. curious, what is it I'm missing? Okay, I think if I maybe do this one, I'm actually gonna be able to unlock the shrine that's here. Maybe? Good.
This unit has received orders from Stigma 1 to patrol base Omicron. Review of these orders indicate they supersede any other incoming directives. No exit condition has been specified. However, scan of area surrounding current coordinates shows no enemy factions are present. This unit thus questions the value of endlessly looping its patrol protocol. Analyzing potential outcomes of repetitive movement. Cross-reference of Omicron schematics suggests current behavioral pattern has 86% chance of negatively impacting future mobility. This unit requests suggestions for supplemental motions that do not conflict with current orders.
Try singing while you patrol. I suppose you could dance? Yeah, forget patrolling. Yes, dance. I don't know what's the right option.
Reviewing motion database. No results found. Initial analysis suggests random movements may facilitate a diagnostics check of this unit's joint modules and posture calibration systems. Attempting. Insufficient reference data. This unit requires a visual of dancing to analyze and simulate accordingly.
Okay. Flash. Dance.
Movement patterns identified. Review of this unit's memory confirms that no data previously existed for the displayed motions. Simulation difficulty, undetermined. However, analysis suggests the proposed movements serve no practical purpose and do not conflict with current orders. Proposal meets parameters of initial request. Preparing to gyrate joint modules. Prior to execution, this unit requests confirmation that gyration can be activated alongside other units. Processing response. Tentative approval detected. Issuing rendezvous order to subordinate Omicron guards near current coordinates. This unit requests you stand by outside the base.
Are a bunch of the Omicrons just gonna like start dancing or what? That's what they're trying to say. Oh, it's so nice being able to finally fly here.
Transmission of visual data is complete, though potential to accurately reconstruct the proposed motions may be limited by range of movement. This unit requests that you observe and evaluate replication of motion data.
Because they kind of are just dancing. Oh my god.
Reviewing performance. Analysis suggests that difficulty of dancing greatly exceeded expected values. Further analysis indicates potential application of said motions as combat maneuvers.
So we're just gonna keep on looking at them just dancing, I guess.
No exit condition has been specified. This unit requests orders to free itself from gyration loop.
Okay.
Termination order confirmed. This unit thanks you for your swift action, and further requests performance appraisal.
Liked how you spun around. It looked like a lot of fun. Go with that one.
Recording feedback. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your invaluable input and will incorporate received feedback into future programs. Returning to base Omicron.
Okay. So once we finish up this quest, is that gonna unlock the tribal
Accuracy of simulation
quests?
estimated at 42.3%. Further review of motion data required. Diagnostics check of joint modules and posture calibration systems indicates favorable outcomes. This unit detects value in augmenting current orders with new challenges. Future protocols will incorporate gyration loops with appropriate exit conditions. Reinitiating gratitude protocol. This unit thanks you for providing useful data. You are requested to observe the Omicron's improved dancing at an unspecified future time. Await further instructions.
Do I have any of these already? Nope. Let's go with this one, I guess. And it goes away while dancing. Ah. Not yet that it's available. Okay, let me just quickly try and look here. Try quests. It hasn't been released yet. That's what it is. The Omicrons are not out yet. That is not until apparently 6.25. According to the console games wiki. Well, at least I've done 2 of those quests, so now I should be able to at least unlock it relatively easy once it becomes available. So while we are here, I can quickly just get the rest of the area discovered. Apparently there's just an island over here that's completely barren. There's something up there, and also the lost hydraulic? Assuming that is. Oh, yeah, that thing, the giant thing that Mediana went into is still there. That's the island that discover. Yep. What's special about this one? There's some plants here, but I'm guessing there might be either. I'm guessing it's either gonna be a place where there's some what do you call that? Why am I blanking on this now? Some collectible or collection area of like stuff I've been gathering, or possibly a place where I don't know, rare hunts might spawn, or maybe even fates. This place is just completely empty, just a small square. Well, let's see. I guess we could. Let's head to Thepnir and try and unlock the Kasodara. Tribe. Might as well. Let's see, we need to do that quest line and this quest line to unlock that. Okay, the sun got along the way.
Ready to tackle another job, then. This one was registered by a local fisherman, asking for help with marauding monsters. Ordinarily, the Radiant Host keeps the worst of the wildlife in check, but these days there just haven't been enough blades to spare. You'll want to speak with the fisherman himself for the details. I couldn't read the scrawl he left for a name, but he's an Arkazodara, and should be found fishing the waters from the western shore.
Wait, another Matanga? Shauna, you could always use more coin, yes? Because I could certainly benefit from your wise and experienced company. A fine pair of hunters we shall make. Come, let us speak with this, Arkazodara fisherman.
I think I'll basically just do the just take this quest line down this area first, and then I can do that one up there afterwards.
I must overcome this.
Come to take care of the monsters, have you? About damn time. We're fine when we're out on the water, of course. But even a fisher needs to walk on land every now and again, and the trails grow more perilous by the day. I've managed to sneak through without a scratch so far, but friends of mine haven't been so fortunate. Talk to the others around here, they'll tell you.
I might need your help with that, Shauna. Speaking with Arkazodara is still challenging for me. Should we do this together, then? Yes. Fine. Good idea.
Ogul is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side you can, if you...
All that info. And there's no beach bubble thingies.
You want to hear about monsters? I saw 3 big brutes on my way from Okyali to Yedlamit. Never seen the like around these parts before. You want a story? When I left Okyali the other day, I almost walked straight into a fiend with a tongue as long as my arm. Barely escaped being gobbled up on the spot.
Okay.
Attacked by the wildlife? Oh yes, while I was hauling a catch back to town, dropped the lot and fled for my life. The roads used to be safe enough, but now... So, do you understand now why we had to send for help?
I understand that you have a problem with long-tongued brutes terrorizing your roads.
Those creatures are what we call Paisaka. Without the army sending out regular patrols, it seems the inland monsters have begun expanding their territories. They've forgotten their fear of us, and that's when people start dying. I need you to remind them. Once you've found and slain these overly bold Paisaka, I ask that you bring me one of their carcasses. There's something I've been curious about.
Very well. Let us make of this a contest, shall we? The first to topple a Paisaka is the victor.
Never seen anyone so eager to throw herself headlong into a Paisaka's jaws. Shouldn't you be chasing after her?
We looked up some info, and apparently after this quest we have 2 more from this quest line to do. And then let's see. Three quests to do from the other quest line. Then we have 1 quest we need to do, which is like the combination quest, and then we get the quest basically unlocks the tribe, as far as I can see. That's what it looks like. Yeah, need to do that.
Ha. First kill is mine. Grandmother always said that the hunter should be swift, like a diving mule. Would you mind tracking down the other 2? Once they saw what I did to their friend, they fled to the northwest. I can haul this lump back to the beach while you finish the hunt.
I would be alone within Casadora. Keen on fainting.
Pa. My fear of Matanga has begun to ebb, somewhat. Now go, before some other poor soul crosses paths with those monsters.
Okay. Okay, spawn down there. Okay, and Quinn will move from combat because, yeah, the timer ran out apparently. Just 2 more quests from here, and then 3 quests to run up north.
Ah, there you are. Your friend is stronger than she looks. We had to load the carcass onto a boat to carry it away. What of the Paisaka's pack mates? Did you find them? Both slain, then. That is good.
Of course she slew them. Songs of Shauna's deeds are sung across the steppe. My aching arms would like to know why you wanted the remains, though.
Why else? To make use of its parts. The scales can be spun into silver, and the meat will fill our pots. The bones and teeth, we can craft into hooks and other tools. We kill nothing for the sake of killing, even murderous monsters. The 2 bodies you left behind will serve as a warning to others of their kind. If it keeps them away, then no more blood need be shed.
It seems our tribes share similar customs when it comes to using every part of the kill. As grandmother always said, be not wasteful of the lives you take to sustain your own. You are so very different from your kin, the Gajasura.
Oh ho, so that's why you've been avoiding my gaze. If your only experience with Mathanga has been our brutal cousins, then you'll find the Arkazodara an agreeable lot by comparison. Might even make a few friends, eh. Here's your payment. And well earned, I'd say.
Okay.
Another job finished. We should report to Kankana, that she might strike it from her list. Let me know when you are done basking in the success of our hunt, and we can return to Yedlimid.
Okay, Ogul repays her favors.
Ready, then? I've been counting the contents of my coin purse. I have enough to buy passage on a ship, but as for food and other supplies, well, I would feel more comfortable with the pay from one more job weighing down my belt. You can see me through just one more, yes? At the very least, let us make our report to Kankana and ask what else she has on offer. Come. Show me how fleet of foot you are, champion.
I feel that she's probably gonna stay and actually, I don't know, become friends with the Cazadora. Be surprised about that at least, because I'm assuming that she's probably gonna play a role in the like travel quests. Now, up behind the like divider.
Shauna, safely back from your work on the shore, I see. But where is Ogul?
My coin purse. Some slippery son of its O snatched it from me, brazen as you please. I lost sight of him in the market, along with all my worldly wealth. How am I to pay for lodgings? Or food? Already my belly cries in protest.
Oh, you poor thing. And after all the good work you've done for us, you will stay with me tonight, I insist.
You would take me in?
I saw that. You looked me right in the eye. Finally warming up to us Arkazodara, are you?
I can barely see you through the tears. But, yes, maybe now I can stand to be in the same room as a Matanga. Some of them, anyway.
I'm glad to hear it. Here, and I'll lend you a few coins as well. We can't have you running around without a guild to your name.
Thank you.
In fact, why don't we head to my house now, and we can fill that complaining belly of yours. You're more than welcome to join us, Shauna.
Okay. Her house. Yes. Is it here she lives?
Oh, Shauna, something terrible has happened. I've been robbed. We saw a boy jumping out of the window as we approached, and when I looked inside, all my belongings had been turned inside out. Ogul set off in pursuit of the thief, but hasn't returned. Do you think you could catch up with her and see if everything's alright? I'll lock up here, and you can meet me back at my offices when you've found her.
Okay, search for Ogul. See, I'm just going to chicks. I basically just gotten some messages that I need to. But gotten sent.
Dung. I lost him again. I swear, it was that same iron boy who made off with my coin purse, his size, his clothing, it all matches. I was willing to cut my losses and earn more gil, but this insult to my host, it will not stand. Grandmother always said to repay one's favors, and by the Dusk Mother, I mean to do just that. Will you help me find justice for Kankana? Then we start by asking around for more information. I have a feeling we are not the only ones who have fallen afoul of this thieving urchin. The swifter we act, the better our chances, yes? I say we split up, gather what clues we can, then meet back at Kankana's offices.
Assume it's probably gonna be go around, get information, head back, end the quest. In the last quest, we probably go out, find the kid, and cure, and finish out this quest line at least.
This is second-hand information, mind you, but I hear that the thief you are looking for is barely more than a child. Sad, isn't it? How terrible things have become that a young boy is forced into a life of crime just to survive. There was another robbery? I wonder if it's the same boy I found in my house the other day. He yelled that he was sorry, and when I saw the desperation on his face, I didn't have the heart to chase after him.
The recent rash of pickpocketing? Oh yes, I've heard several stories. They say it's likely the work of the same criminal.
What's correct? Go finish up the quest, and then we're gonna go and find the kid then. Afterwards, I'm guessing.
Well, champion, what have we discovered? So, our tale was a familiar one. And what I heard from the local children was even more disturbing. They tell me a man, a stranger, approached them with the promise of work and easy coin. I have no proof this offer is connected with the recent robberies, but it does seem suspicious. And if this stranger truly is recruiting young ones to steal for him, then he is the one I would punish for these crimes. We just need to find him first.
Rad's Adhan closing its gates left many struggling to make a living. And the appearance of that ghastly tower sparked a chain of events that still has the radiant host spread too thin on too many fronts. Under the circumstances, a rise in crime is to be expected. We are fortunate, then, to have the two of you here to act on behalf of our lawkeepers. So please, accept this as payment. We cannot expect you to work on an empty stomach.
Get the Mad Hunt, I think that's how you pronounce it.
A new hunt begins. Come, we must track down the one behind all this.
But we're still not sure if the stranger is actually involved in the robberies, let alone where to start looking for him.
There is a simple way to find out. We lure our boy thief into stealing from me again. If what we suspect is true, then he will likely take any ill-gotten gains directly to his patron. So, I will play the part of an unguarded traveler, flaunting a heavy purse or some such. Shauna, you keep watch for the little pickpocket, and be ready to follow him when he makes his move. Should he lead you to some shadowy figure, then I want you to herd them both to the west. I will circle around, and be lying in wait to spring an ambush.
That's really quite clever, Ogle. I'm impressed.
Grandmother always said, if you want to catch the big fish, don't spare the bait. The same idea applies to slippery criminals. Right, then. Let us take our places in the town square, and lay the trap for our quarry. I will try to make the lure something obvious, so you can see it being stolen from afar.
Okay. The designated location. And there's Ogle. It's gonna be one of those like follow getting discovered quests.
Follow your quarry from a safe distance. Should you fail,
It is. It's probably the person up there, I'm guessing.
the boy thief has led you to a suspicious-looking Arkazodara man. Oh, you're a proper little scoundrel, aren't you? Nice work. I'll fence the rest of the goods, and then you'll get your cut. Goddamn, Rakashir. I told you to check for tails. You want your family to learn of our arrangement? Now, run. The robbers have fled westwards. Chase after them.
Okay. And then just rendezvous. Ogle over here, who has taken care of the Dora.
The Arkazodara is out cold.
My apologies, Shauna. I intended to circle around as planned, but when I heard how he yelled at the child, my rage could not be contained. Grandmother always said, those who prey on the weak are undeserving of mercy. So I beat him senseless.
Fair.
Fool of a Matanga. When he awakes, he will find himself in the custody of the Radiant Host.
Miss. I'm sorry you got hurt because of me. And I'm sorry for taking your belongings.
Apology accepted, young one. It is a brave thing to admit when you are wrong. Help me explain the situation to your lawkeepers, and we can steer you back onto the right path.
If you say so, miss.
I will cart this refuse to the nearest guardhouse. Pray inform Kankana of our success.
Okay. Town and complete the quest. And then we just need to do the what's in a parent. Those quests basically.
Ogle. Is everything alright? Shauna told me what happened.
All is well. They began interrogating the man before I left, and he was blubbering about where he stashed the stolen goods. The soldiers planned to recover the cash, and return the items to their rightful owners.
Praise be to the sisters. There were certain personal articles, things very dear to me, that I had thought lost forever.
Oh, I should also mention Rakashur, our boy thief. It seems his parents were out of work and begging for scraps. His were crimes of necessity. And after seeing the considerable remorse he showed for his actions, I decided to let him keep the coin he took from me, as well as my share of the reward from the Radiant Host. As grandmother always said, children are the greatest treasure of all. I can hardly let him and his family starve now, can I?
How will you pay for your passage now? Or right back where you started. That one?
I can earn it back again easily enough. And since I have tamed my fear of the Arkazodara, there is no need to rush. I will take my time, and explore all the wonders this island has to offer. Thank you, Shauna, for staying at my side this long, but I think I continue on alone. Speaking of which, Kankana, have you any new tasks available?
My dear Ogul, I have the perfect job for you. I actually have business with the employer myself, so we can head off together if you like.
There you go, Shauna, I hadn't forgotten your half of the reward. May your adventures be many, and your hunts successful.
Okay. And we just here, so I like a stand. And do what? I think it's 5? 6 more quests, and then we'll basically have unlocked the Akazadora tribe. What's in a parrot?
Oh, excuse me. Did you need something? Wait, you're her. The very woman who saved Mervin's child. Shauna, was it? I knew it. I'm Yazan, an alchemist of the great work. I am but one of the few who are looking after the child as she makes her recovery. Mervin and Karasaf were dear friends of mine. Thank you for everything you've done for their daughter. Her condition is on the mend, I'm sure you'll be glad to hear. We've been taking turns checking in on her. The last thing she needs is a gaggle of adults fussing over her day and night. That being said, when she is healed fully, there is the question of who will be in charge of her care. For the love I bore her parents, I would gladly take her in as my own, but that would mean raising her away from her home. Moreover, I am yet to be wed, and my duties consume so much of my time I can scarce focus on my own care, let alone that of a growing child. I doubt my ability to give her the love she deserves, love equal to that her parents gave her. She deserves better than that, so I've considered finding someone more suitable. It's the least I can do, and truth be told, perhaps the best option. Even so, although I was born here, much of my life was spent at the great work. I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea who to ask, even if I had the time to do so. You, however, seem to be well loved among the people here. Could you ask around in my stead? It would be a much more effective use of my time to prepare medicine for the wounded and sick. I apologize for imposing such an enormous task upon you, but I would trust no one else with it. When you've finished, come to my hut to the south of the settlement and we can discuss any potential parental candidates.
Okay.
If you ask me, Passerine is the most motherly among us. She had a child of her own not too long ago, so I reckon there's no one better to be a wet nurse. That being said, times have been troubled for us all. It might be unseemly to ask her to take on such a burden unless she was willing.
Is there anyone? Nope.
The child,
just here and there.
None dote over her quite like Yazan, but I understand alchemy isn't a merciful trade for a parent. Still, there's no one else that comes to mind when I consider the question. I'd volunteer to take her in myself, but with the chaos of recent events it's difficult enough to see that me and mine are fed and clothed. I know I'm not the only one facing such hardships, either.
Who do I think is most suited to care for the child? Yazan is the obvious choice. dependable, loyal, and dutiful. Every quality you would desire in a parent. I know he does become so absorbed in his research, but that devotion has made him a peerless alchemist. Who better is there to look after someone so sickly as her?
And that house then?
Welcome to my humble workshop, Shauna. I'm almost too nervous to ask, but what did the others say? Someone nominated me? Well, that's neither here nor there. You said Passerine's name was mentioned? She was a good friend to Mervyn, it's true, but there are other factors at play that make me reticent to ask her. Simply put, I'd rather not burden her further if it can be avoided. That being said, we don't exactly have the luxury of choice, all things considered. I suppose I would be remiss if I didn't at least speak with her. I owe the child that much. Will you accompany me, Shauna? A supportive presence by my side would help me find the right words.
Hey there, Ryuko. Welcome to the stream. Just doing some random quests, essentially unlocking a tribe right now, the XIV. Because, yeah, just thought I might as well unlock some things. We've also unlocked flying in Ultima Thule a little bit earlier.
Passerine should be nearby, doubtless watching over her own child. I must deliver this medicine before speaking with her, so please go on ahead.
How's your day been so far? You?
Yizen, it's so good to see you. And who is this with you?
Passerine, meet Shauna. She's the hero who saved Mervyn and Karasaf's daughter.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Thank you for your bravery. I've heard tell of the troubles she's been through since. I hope that you are able to see her return to health soon.
It has been trying, to be sure, but we must look forward to the day she is hale. Everyone is doing their utmost to make it so.
Hey, you've been home with a strained shoulder. You also just stopped a 17-hour Splatoon binge. Damn. About me, how's school life? School life so far has been fine. We had to basically turn in an assignment yesterday. We basically just need to make a mood board and a sketch of a website based on that mood board. It was basically just a quite simple exercise in like groups. And then today we had to go to school for like around 2-3-ish hours to just, I don't know, present our mood boards, talk a little bit about them, get some feedback, and then we had just went home. Apart from that, I've basically just been home, just kind of relaxing. Although for some reason my my throat is currently hurting a bit, and I don't know why that's happening, because I'm not entirely sure if it's like actually my throat or if it's my uvula, because for a few days now my uvula has basically been hurting, and I think it's because I've had a canker sore on it. COVID. I don't know if it's COVID. It could potentially be, but I'm not really sure. But I know that my uvula basically hurt a few days ago, or for a few days now. I'm pretty sure it was because of a canker sore on it, because of just how it felt. But now it feels like it's kind of like the entrance of my throat that's kind of hurting. But that's about it. I'm basically thinking that if it ends up like seemingly getting worse over the weekend, I'm probably not gonna go to school on Monday. which honestly isn't really too big of a problem because even if you're like basically the school or the education doesn't really care if you don't show up for school, so yeah, you can basically have as much like what is it called? Tardiness? I'm forgetting what the real word is, even in Danish right now, but like, you can have as many days where you don't show up for school as you want, as long as you just like hand in your assignments on time, show up for the exams and so on. They don't really care. But it's a good idea to basically show up for school, of course. Yeah, also, welcome to the stream, Fireball. How have you been today? I've kind of been trying to sort of deal with the throat thing by basically constantly trying to like drink some sort of liquid. So currently I've just been slowly sipping on like some water, ice cold water, and also some tea earlier when I got home. But yeah, there's a lot of these I said they have about absence. Yeah, I think it's because it's like I don't know, slightly higher education. Like it's, I don't exactly remember what it's referred to as, but it's like, I think in Danish it's called a videregående uddannelse. I don't really know what you would translate that as in English, but yeah. It's at least nice that you don't need to worry about that stuff. The only thing is just that if you miss classes, you can potentially miss out on some crucial information that might not get otherwise, because yeah. Also, I believe that on Monday we're basically starting the next sort of project we need to hand in, and I think that's a like, I think it's a 3-week sort of, I don't know what to call it, process sort of thing. Like before we need to hand in the next assignment. So yeah. Would kind of suck if I basically couldn't go to school for potentially like an entire week or something like that. But yeah, can't really do much about it, I guess. But who knows, maybe I'll end up feeling fine like a day or two. Who knows?
The question remains as to where she will go from there. However, I've considered taking her into my home, but I fear my qualifications as a parent are somewhat lacking.
It could also just be like a cold, I guess, in theory. It doesn't have to be COVID. It could just be simple cold, or I'm forgetting what it would. Throat infection, I guess. Aspertenza. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. It could essentially be a bunch of things. Doesn't have to be COVID. After all, the symptoms for that are basically like several other like diseases, viruses you can basically get. So it could just be that I've gotten one of the like symptoms, because that's basically it. It's literally just entrance of my throat hurts a bit. That's it. Nothing else. But you never know.
I know you to have been a dear friend to Mervyn, and as such only thought it meet to ask if you're willing to care for her daughter. If you are, I would do everything in my power to see that she is given into your care.
I'm flattered. Mervyn was as family to me, and I view her child as my own. I would do anything to see her raised into as brave a woman as her mother. However, I cannot care for her. I'm not worthy to care for her.
Worthy? What does that? My apologies. I understand it was a sudden request, and no small one besides. Please forgive the imposition. I'll be in the village for some time yet. Should you require treatment for you and yours, please seek me out.
I will. Thank you, Yizen.
I would speak with you further, Shauna. Let's return to my dwelling.
Yes, yeah, we could probably get a... Oh. What was that? Dora? Or I guess Dora doing... Also, hey, there you go. Oh, you've gotten that one! Gotten the Twintania weapons. Cool! Okay, question. Did you buy it? Or did you craft it? Because I know that those things can probably get quite expensive. As far as I remember. Crafted it. Okay. Makes more sense because I know for a fact that those things are expensive as hell. If you want to buy them. 1 million on the board, yeah. It's not cheap, those weapons. I feel like probably when they were just released, like right as 6.2 were released, the prices on them were probably like way higher. I'm almost certain that they have just like dropped as like the days and weeks have gone by. Yeah, 1 million server. They might be more expensive on some of the others, but it can vary heavily depending on server. Do you know a website where you can apparently look up some of that stuff? Let's see here. I'm forgetting. What is that axe called again? It is Base Crown Axe. Oh, you had like 4 butterflies. Ooh, you have like butterfly wings on your hammer. There's butterflies that basically fly around your axe. There's a butterfly on your head, and where's the last one? Also ice. Yeah. Oh, that's where that thing... I thought you had a horn for some reason. I was like, oh, you've gotten some horns as I had. Nope, that's the axe that's going through your head, apparently. Yes, there's a bit of clipping with that thing. It's that thing there. Like how the deep green parts flow and move, like in here. Yeah, that honestly looks really nice. It kind of looks like a sky, like night sky of sorts, in a way. Just like later sort of stuff. Just because you were looking at me, yeah. Like that thing just kind of clipped through your skull for some reason. Flowing water, that could also be it. Like, it's some sort of like liquid, but like it's not extremely like, it's not like exactly water, I would say, because it's kind of like slower flowing than water. Also, I think there's a little bit of clipping with the back down here, it looks like. It looks like the texture that like loops here, it's kind of poking through here, it seems. Just a tiny bit. It's like barely visible, but it's something I'm just noticing right there. Yeah. Anyway, I need to go and complete this quest.
I wasn't too forceful, was I? I simply asked her if she was willing. I didn't mean to make her feel obligated to agree. I found her words somewhat mystifying. Not worthy? What could that mean? I'm usually not one to pry, but this worries me. I consider Passerine a friend, and I am loath to leave her to her troubles. And there is still the matter of the child. I shall have to think on what to do from here. I may need your help again soon, Shauna. I hope you are willing.
But is that what I think it is? Is that the special bite you get from getting to rank 10 in the Island Sanctuary? I think that might be the one. So I kinda need to quickly change job because I'm getting a bit annoyed by that. Like from having stuff in the beast gauge. I think that might be the one from Island Sanctuaries. Could be wrong though. Can't link it. Like, I know that there's like 2 motorcycles in the game in terms of mounts. One you can get. It's just the SDS Fenrir. Is that the one? I'm guessing that's the one that buy in the store then. Yep, it is. Just thought it looked slightly different. I guess not. Oh well. Also, I can see now what the... Forgot I searched for the axe basically. But from what I can see... Let's see here. It seems like the lowest price from Final Fantasy XIV or Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm currently looking here at the prices for the phase crown axe. Currently on light, it's apparently the cheapest on lich at around like 870,000. It seems that's dropped a bit in price, and top 10 in terms of like the 10th highest. I guess the top 10 in terms of like, they basically just show a list of like the 10 cheapest of it on the light data center, and apparently the most expensive one there is like 931,000, so it's gotten a lot cheaper at least. Belt spike, I guess, or something like that. In the movie, his swords are stored in the bike. Ah, okay. I think I have seen some like clips from that, like from Advent Children, but I don't know too much about it. Like, I think Final Fantasy XIV is like the only true Final Fantasy game I've ever played, but I kind of know a lot of stuff about what like happens in Final Fantasy VII, mainly because I've watched a series that Team 4-Star did called Final Fantasy VII Machine Abridged. They basically did a Machinima abridged series of it. I kind of know most of the story stuff. To be honest, some of those things were also like heavily spoiled in like online in general. You think the crafting material for the axe is around 750,000 twin? I actually looked. Okay. What I can also look at the prices on the Chaos Data Center. Apparently, it's a lot more expensive over there. The cheapest price you can get it for is like 945,000. Apparently. Don't know why the axe is higher. But I guess because mastery is required. Maybe. Kind of want to quickly look here. What do you need for the face crown axe? Is dancing wing. What are those sold for? Apparently you can also exchange it for a giant beaver minion. Let's see here. Dancing wing. Yep. They sell for around 730,000 and above. Currently on the light. With some 20 I have the cheapest one, but only by like 4,000. And then it basically becomes the it's actually getting sold quite a lot in Swinzania. Apparently there's... If you can get one of those, however, you can sell it for quite a lot of money and not too long, because they seem to be selling like a few every hour or so. Cool. Okay, curing what ails.
Well then, if you're willing, I have a task that requires immediate attention. It's simple but essential, namely, the gathering of herbs. The child is in a vulnerable state, and I would fortify her against further sickness. There are also more wounded in this village than I had anticipated, and my stores have begun running low. It would be best to replenish them while time affords us an opportunity. Can I count on you to help me? Splendid. I require several of the reddish soma herbs which grow among the shrubbery to the northeast. With both of us working in tandem, I wager we should have enough gathered before the next bell.
Then up this way. And try to avoid the enemies. Ah. Enemies in here apparently. Releases so you order foods. Nice. I basically just ended up having a sandwich earlier. I had like some, I think it was roast beef, 2 packs of that in the fridge that basically had the best buy date set for today, so I thought, might as well just eat that
These appear
today.
to be the herbs you seek, but only their stems remain. Another enterprising alchemist must have already been here.
Yeah, basically just made a sandwich, like in... Yeah, a fried egg in each of them. Basically, that basically bought a like some bread, I guess kind of baguette, but not really a baguette. For some reason, the store that I bought it in, they have like baguettes normally, like some simple ones. But then they've apparently made some that are like technically baguettes, but they're like shorter and not like more like a sandwich bun of sorts. I basically just took one of those, cut it in half, split it open, and then just took an entire like pack of roast beef in each of them, and an egg that I had fried, and that was my dinner. Because yeah. Plus, I also kind of wanted to use the eggs because I think I've had that in my fridge for like a week and a half, 2 weeks or so. I thought might as well just use those.
I saw the creatures emerge from the brush, but you felled them before I had a chance to be frightened. I'm glad you survived unscathed. If that had been me. Enerode, did you manage to find the soma?
A pale red herb, which is said to have powerful medicinal properties.
Excellent work, excellent work. My search came up fruitless. It appears we're not the only one seeking this particular herb. It shouldn't come as a surprise, I suppose. This area is well known for the medicinal plants which grow here. If my supplies run low once more, perhaps I should ask the villagers if they have any to spare. For now, I believe we've found all we can. Let's return to Palakistan.
You're making yogurt for the day you've ordered. Yeah. Let's see. Down to you.
As I suspected, we weren't the only ones searching the jungle. I returned to my quarters to find a bag positively stuffed to the brim with herbs, including soma, in fact. I asked a nearby colleague who delivered this bounty, and they told me it was one of the Arkazodara stewards. I believe I know who it is. Her name is Sula. A shy one, but obviously kind of hard. I spied her eavesdropping during our conversation with Passerine, poorly, I might add. I apologize for asking more of you at the end of a trying day, but would you speak with her for me? Offer our thanks for the herbs, and perhaps find out if she knows anything of Passerine's troubles. For my part, I'll begin synthesizing the medicine at once. Sula should be somewhere nearby. I pray you have a productive conversation.
Wait, speak with Sula.
Oh, you are, I mean, who are you? Do you require something from me? The herbs. I came upon them while hunting, nothing more. I have heard that the medicine made from them is effective in treating the ailments of young children. It seemed only meet that I should do my part, as it were.
Do you know about Passerine's troubles? While you were eavesdropping on our conversation? Oh, this one.
Oh, that. Well, very well. I believe I can shed some light on the root of Passerine's distress. That is what you wish to hear, yes. Yizan asked you to speak with me. Just as he asked you to gather his herbs. Well, then perhaps it is best for us to all speak together. Go to him, and allow me some time to gather my thoughts. I shall approach you when I am ready.
Yeah, apparently one in my FC was like, that they need backup over here. That is the... I believe that's the fate where it is the, like... well, again, the Tarask, I think it's called Tarask Force. Fate, I believe. I've already done that one like several times, so I don't really need it.
You're just in time. I've only just finished synthesizing the medicine. So, did Sula tell you anything of interest? Well, I suppose I can hear it straight from her. I appreciate that you felt it fit to include me. Firstly, I owe you an apology. I was sneaking about out of concern for Passerine. I know what it is that weighs on her mind, you see. That is what you want to know, yes. The story is troubling to hear, and even more troubling to relate. Before I tell it, you must promise me that you will be her strength in the days to come. Of course. Anything to help a friend. Dazzle, her beloved husband, was killed. When the veil of chaos descended upon the world, he fled into the jungle and transformed into one of those terrible beasts. He returned here a monster, where my sister Choppa met his wrath. Neither of them survived the ensuing struggle. I was there as well. Despite his monstrous form, I knew it was Dazzle. I froze in terror, while Choppa stood undaunted. She fought alone for my cowardice. It was my fault she died. I knew this, and yet I laid the blame on Passerine's shoulders. I lashed out at her, cursing her for her husband's cowardice. When we both should have comforted the other in mourning, I turned my back on her. I left her to bear the burden of not one, but two deaths. It is only natural that she would be hesitant to look after another, given that I was a fool to condemn Passerine, when it was my duty to protect the people here. I have wanted nothing more than to apologize since that day, but I fear my words were too cruel to forgive. I cannot stand to meet her gaze. It was a difficult time for everyone. We often lose ourselves in moments of crisis, but so long as we find our way back, we are worthy of forgiveness. Choppa would agree, I'm sure. She wouldn't blame you for what happened, nor would she want you to blame yourself. Passerine doubtless feels the same. You are right. I must apologize to her, that is the only course. Shauna, was it? I will speak with Passerine, but I require some time to muster my courage. Soon, I promise.
Okay. Sula, since we bear.
Thank you for lending an ear to my troubles, Shauna. If you are willing, there is a place I would travel to, and I wish for you to accompany me. Administering to my duties may help calm my nerves. To that end, I mean to inspect the temples for signs of disrepair. After we have finished, I hope to find the courage to once again look Passerine in the eyes. With all the monsters about, most of my attention of late has been focused on finding and protecting those who have fled. With the arrival of the Radiant Host, however, there is finally time to attend to this long-neglected duty. I too must ask that you go with Sula. Knowing that their holy places are being cared for may set these people's hearts at ease. Even an ounce of comfort is precious in these trying times. Much appreciated. Would that I could join you, but I'm afraid an alchemist's tools are of little use against fangs and claws. That doesn't mean I'll stand idly by, however. I'll remain here and continue making medicine for the children. My hands may be clumsy with sword and shield, but there are few more adroit with mortar and pestle. We are blessed indeed to have a pair such as you looking after us. Well then, let us begin the patrol. Our first destination shall be Purisa, to the southeast. It is a bit of a trek, so make the proper arrangements before departing.
Okay. Down to Rusa. With Sula.
It has been some time since I have set foot in these hallowed grounds. In times bygone, there were even more such places in this region, but many were moved to Vanaspati. From one of the divinities worshipped here were these words passed down, that we might send off our departed with its wisdom. Just as life leads to death, so too does death lead to life. Do not shed tears for the departed, for they have but set foot upon a new journey. Be not forlorn that your paths have diverged, but look forward with joy to the day that they might cross again. For as long as I can remember, I followed in my sister's footsteps. In her absence I have felt lost. Whenever I think to forge a path of my own making, my legs become heavy and my heart becomes anxious.
Your sister would want you to move forward with courage. Sometimes standing still offers a new perspective. Let's go with this one.
Thank you, Shauna. Yizen has a generous soul, and to have your wisdom to buoy me is more than I deserve. Would that I could open my heart to Passerine in such a way. This part of the temple appears to be well kept. Let us check the other side, shall we? This area is in ghastly shape. Scratches, here. And cracks, there. Will you help me investigate further? We will cover more ground by searching separately. I shall search around this area. I trust you to do your due diligence.
I'm guessing we're probably gonna find some enemies, perhaps.
The stones here are crumbling and fragments of them litter the ground. It would be best to replace them.
Let's actually echo this one. Here.
The stones of the foundation appear to be unstable. However, filling in the areas where the grout has fallen away should remedy that.
It's too far away. Last spot exactly. Ah, there it is.
The stones here are cracked and require repair. Have you finished? Was it as bad as it looks? I see. This may have been the site of a battle or some other horrible conflict. I must do what I can to see it repaired. Though this temple may be remote, the devout do come here on occasion to offer their prayers. Thank you for helping me today. This has helped me forget the crises that plague us and reminded me of simpler times, when we would look after the roads and protect the pilgrims on their journeys. I ever looked forward to setting out on patrol with my sister by my side. But I must find a way to manage without her, to set foot upon my own path. My first step must be to apologize to Passerine, even if she may refuse it. No more distractions. That being said, if you were by my side, it may be all the easier for me to find the right words.
Like stand.
Oh, hello, Shauna. And Sula.
I take it your patrol was fruitful. I've just administered a soothing salve to Passerine's child. She's sleeping soundly now, so us speaking should not wake her. Passerine, I'm sorry. I should not have said all those horrible things before. I was not in my right mind. It was my fault my sister was killed. I stood frozen in fear when Dazzle attacked, yet when it was all over I placed the blame on you. I was a fool.
No, Sula, you were right. It was I who couldn't ease his troubles. It was my fault he succumbed to the despair that gnawed at his heart.
We've all lost something during this tragedy, though no one's fault but fate. These difficult days, we shouldn't blame ourselves. Their cruelty. Let's go with this one.
There is reason in your answer, of course, but forgiveness of the self is no simple matter. I am overjoyed to speak with you again, Sula. However, I'm afraid I need more time to come to terms with everything that has occurred.
Would that I knew how much Passerine was suffering, I could have been there to comfort her. Perhaps there is something I can do now. Something to set her upon the right path.
Societal alchemy. Are any of these something I already have? Oh, but again, get some gold. Or just food. Yeah. You have food now. Nice.
It is plain that Passerine is not yet ready to forgive herself, but I'm at a loss as to what we should do. Do we leave her be? Or is there some way we can help? I, for one, will not stand idly by while she suffers alone. Perhaps if she had something to remind her of her beloved, she would more easily accept his loss. Passerine never did have the chance to say her farewells. Shauna, I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more. Will I have it? It appears I shall be in your debt again, but it is well worth it. During the chaos, most of us fled northwest to the bridge. Let us retrace those steps, and we may find something that belonged to Dazzle. Pick up anything that catches your eye, and we can share what we have found once we reach the bridge. Thank you for all you've done for Sula thus far, Shauna. Her spirits are already much improved for your efforts. Let's hope that we can effect the same change in Passerine. Dazzle did enjoy his jewelry and baubles, so it isn't inconceivable that he may have dropped something as he fled. If you should spy anything glittering in the brush, it couldn't hurt to pick it up.
Okay. Search for discarded baubles. To the northwest of Palaga's stand.
Though the glimmer of this object caught your eye at a distance, on closer inspection it is just a rock.
Also been doing the pandemonium raids. They're hard. I mean, it is also current content, so it doesn't surprise me that they are difficult. My only problem is just that I can't do them yet. I don't have good enough gear for that. So that's gonna have to wait a bit. Also kind of thinking that I can probably wait with the raids for a bit. Basically thinking that once I get my crafters up to max level, I can, I don't know, maybe start focusing on maybe getting some of the gear so I can start doing some raids, perhaps. Got something. Blustering jewel, a jewel with a subtle gold decoration. Appears it was once set in something.
How goes the search? I found this necklace among the underbrush. One of Dazzle's favorites, but it seems to be missing the jewel that made it shine so brilliantly. Ah, what's that in your hand? Why, this is it. The very jewel I spoke of. We make an excellent team, Ed. However, we cannot give this to Passerine as it is. We must repair it first. Doubtless Izan will be able to lend his expertise in that respect. Let us return to the village and speak with him.
Your farming time, or are you just going to make classical or Renacita gear? I don't really know yet. I'm just curious, what ISO is this? Okay, that's 560 for that stuff. I'm basically thinking that if I were to do the high-end trials, I would be getting like gear. Using gear also, that's 580, damn. Yeah, I can I basically need to get some better gear. I'm not entirely sure where to get that. Sita gear is that. So let me just go ahead and try and search here. Is that crafted? Oh. Yep. Okay, so let's see. All of that is crafted, as far as I can see, and then there's the Aether Sand from Endstone, which is something you get from doing ethereal reduction. Can't really make too many things quite yet because my crafters aren't high enough level, but I'm currently thinking I can probably wait with the like pandemonium raids for a bit. It's not like they're gonna like disappear or anything, so don't really need to worry about that too much. I'm basically not really worried about like keeping up with the most current raid content and such. I'm more interested in just the story from it. Yeah. We don't have them all, after all. Yeah, they aren't available yet. Yeah. I'm actually curious about something else now. When do you unlock... Rather, what item level is Aglaya 4? That is 565. Okay. So that is not far off from the item level that I currently have. Curious. Let me just... Is it... Carpenter is one of the ones that I have high level. I'm guessing it probably needs to be probably over in this piece. I could make the classical stuff as you said. I would still need some things from this. Make this. Okay, actually not that difficult. Yeah, I think maybe if I were to make for Reaper, for example, or to make all the right side, like all the accessories, I could maybe get my item level high enough, because I believe that currently I am at 559, so I'm still missing some. Oh yeah, I got this one from a what are those called again? Quick Explorations Ventures. It's the 590 item level item, so that was pretty nice. Yeah, I don't know where to craft this. That would be 580. So if I could basically replace one of my rings with that, bracelet, necklace, and earring, I could maybe get 565. Alliance raid, they do not make you happy. I have seen some clips from a YouTube channel called The Fashionista, I believe. Basically someone called Lulu who does like a Final Fantasy 14 streamer, like, I don't know, stream highlights. And apparently there's one encounter that is on, I believe, a giant stone hand where a lot of people seem to get launched off, as far as I have been able to see. I don't understand the mechanic fully, or know what boss it is. All I know is a lot of people seem to be dying there. If you do range trade as well, you'll get like, I think, 10 extra points. Range trade. What is range trade exactly? Because I don't really know what that is. Just looking like that's. Is it crystalline rain you're talking about? I think. No wait, I think it might be the crucible rain, perhaps. As far as I can see here. Apparently you can get that by handing in 100 tomestones of astronomy. And then from what I can see, you can basically just buy a bunch of different gear. Basically handing in a certain amount of those, along with some Hanish certificate of grade 1 import. Which you apparently get by handing in classical weapons, armor, or accessories, it seems. And apparently if you were to hand in high quality versions of most of the weapons, get 17 it seems. Basically get around, like, from what I can see, anywhere from like 7, yeah, all the way from 7 to 17 those imports. And you need like varying amounts in order to get the augmented classical items, it seems, which are item level 590. So I think it's just that you trade in. I think you basically trade in one of the classical items. They need a little bit more than that, as far as I can see. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Wait, no. You basically trade in the item, get the amount of the Crucible Rain you need, and you basically just get an improved version of it. You trade your classic tickets, buy the rain with tomestones, then trade those back for the 590 versions. Yeah, so you basically gotta just spend the tomestones on getting a 10 item level upgrade to these. Probably just that I don't have a lot of those. I would have to do a lot of content in order to get that stuff. And I guess I could just spam the final days, in theory. Or I guess the dead ends would give me more. Or potentially a longer run. We always get some in the duty roulette, true. Yeah, that's actually a lot easier. Just get 100 from that one, 100 there, 60 from that one, 20 from that, there, 120 from that one, and 60 there. Yeah, you can get like a decent amount, I guess. But yeah, I am probably still just gonna try and like get the crafters to 90 and then focus on getting them sort of geared up first, because honestly, as I said, I'm not too worried about the whole like PvE situation, because yeah, don't really care too much about that. Like I want to experience the story, of course, but I'm not in a hurry, at least. Yeah.
Sula has told me all about your findings, quite excitably, in fact. She's gone to find materials so she can polish the necklace to a mirror sheen. As for the jewel, I believe I can take it off your hands for the time being. This repair should prove simple enough. Adhesive is one of the most elementary recipes. Once the necklace is in presentable shape, I'll bring Sula to visit Passerine. Could you go ahead and tell her to wait for us? If we take longer than expected, I trust you can keep her enraptured with one of your grand tales.
Right, so wars, I can get the XP on that.
You have something for me? I don't recall asking anything of you.
Passerine, I would like you to have this. Please.
This is Dezel's necklace. Oh, he was so proud the day he bought this. How in the world did you find it? I had naught but memories to remind me of him, but the sight of this makes me feel that he isn't so far away after all.
There is nothing I can do to change the past, but I can work to help give us both a brighter future. This was the least I could do, and I could not have done it without the help of these two.
Thank you for this gift, truly. And for your wise words. I see now that you're right. We mustn't let the tragedies of yesterday keep us rooted in place.
All it takes is a single step forward, but you must want to take it. Sometimes we must stop to consider the best way forward. Yeah, let's go with this one.
Well said, well said. Might I add that wounds heal more quickly when a salve is applied to them. When we ignore the pain they cause, they rot. We must take action to see them healed, and rest when we are tired. Only when our energy returns can we move forward, carefully. One step at a time.
Yes. One step at a time. Yizen, if it isn't too much trouble, could I help to care for the child? The scars of recent tragedy are yet too fresh for me to take care of her entirely by myself, but even so, that doesn't mean I cannot assist in some small way. I have my own child to look over, of course, but still. If you were to take the child under your wing, I would be happy to assist you whenever you needed me. For the time being, I could be her wet nurse. Any medicine she requires would be your responsibility, I suppose. Together we can see that she emerges from her affliction as hale as any newborn babe.
That's a splendid idea, I must admit. I could hardly think of a better arrangement myself. I shall hunt, and bring food for the child that she might grow to be strong like her father and mother. That is what Choppa would do, and one step at a time, I shall make her proud.
The emptiness I feel at Dazzle's loss will take some time to fill, but I believe in time I will heal. He would want me to heal. Allow me to thank you once again for all you've done. We owe you more than we can repay. Now, I would like to see the child for myself.
I'm not one for the subtleties of conversation, but I'd say that went as well as could be expected, wouldn't you? Now, come back to my workshop, there's something I'd like to give you. Truth be told, I had already resolved to raise the child myself, but the prospect of having a helping hand is comforting indeed. I suppose the true work starts from here, I'm glad to finally have good news to share with Karasaf and Mervin. I've been so occupied with treating the sick and injured that I've had little time to think of the departed. My friends really are gone, but I can still honor their memory. If anything has become clear from recent events, it is that the people of the settlement must speak with one another about their troubles. Solitary thoughts so quickly turn dark. I'm more than capable of treating the wounds we can see, but it takes a community to heal those that are hidden. I admit the latter prospect may take some time for me to become accustomed to.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Your presence puts others at ease. Find a way. As an alchemist, a friend, and a father. Oh, that one.
Would that there were more than one of me, Luckily I know more than a few concoctions that will give me the vigor of several men. I only need have the energy to brew them. Regardless, I apologize for dragging you along all this time, even though I doubt we would have arrived at such an amicable conclusion without you. So, I retract my apology. Although her parents are no longer with us, I must do my utmost to raise their child in a way that would meet with their approval. I owe my friends that much.
Why is there no melee food? Like melee DPS food? Or just physical DPS food, I guess. Like, both of these could work for that, but they both have tenacity. Yeah, no, let's just go with this. Yeah, let's go for the money. Okay. Quest a budding adventure. We, I believe, are at the juncture where both of these quest lines that we have done in Daphne are gonna collide, and then we get the tribe quest, or the one that unlocks the tribe.
Ah, Shauna, just the woman I was hoping to see. Now that I've had the opportunity to speak with more of the people here, I realize their plight is even more dire than I had imagined. The recent crisis has caused the flow of supplies to grind to a halt, and the people can scarcely meet their daily needs. This would be the case even without the influx of refugees. One way we might alleviate this is to requisition a shipment from Yedlamid, but the process takes precious time. I fear that many would starve before we see a single sack of grain. All of this is exacerbated by the lack of able-bodied fighters. The wounded are many, and there are few who have the strength and skill to guard us from the beasts lurking in the forest. The Radiant Host would give their lives to protect us, and have, but every day more of them are injured. Bravery alone is only worth so much in the face of overwhelming numbers. And while I am much appreciative of your help so far, I'm not so naive as to think that you will remain here indefinitely. Had we another of your skill to aid us, we might at least stand a chance to weather the worst of this storm. However, my time at the great work was spent largely in solitude, and the people of this village know of little beyond its walls. But you've been to the furthest reaches and back, yes. Do you know of anyone else who might lend their stout arm to these humble folk?
I know just such an adventurer, as fierce as I, if not more so. I know someone who might give the merchants proper motivation for speeding delivery. Adventure, let's go with that.
Ah, I knew I could count on your wide web of storied personages. Ogle and Kankana, you say? I believe we may be able to kill two birds with one stone with that pair. Unfortunately, my hands are full meeting the medicinal needs of the village. Seeing as you're already acquainted with these fellows, could you appeal to them on our behalf? Apologies for once again putting so much on your shoulders, but it is for the good of one and all. Can I count on your assistance? Thank you, friend. Well then, off to Yedlamid to meet this Kankana, safe travels, and I will pray that you return with good news.
Should probably mention that the reason why I'm not talking too much right now is because I'm currently eating the ice from my water bottle. And I'm basically just constantly muting myself so I don't make too much noise with that, because I know that me trying to get the ice out can quite loud. Just mute this up again.
Well, if it isn't Shauna. I had wondered when you might walk through my door again.
You will be pleased to hear young Rakeshur has taken to adventuring like a thief to a coin purse. He is more than capable enough to assist me on my less arduous tasks.
Indeed, his future is bright. However, as much as it here tends me to see you, I sense your visit isn't entirely motivated by a curiosity in our affairs, yes. I see. I did not know that Palaka's stand was beset by such troubles, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, all things considered. Naturally, I shall do all in my power to help. A few words to the right people, and the merchants will have a shipment of supplies ready in a matter of bells. Inform this Yuzan that aid is on the way, and for much less coin than the merchants would usually charge. This chaos has gripped all of Radzathan, and it is only together that we shall find the strength to release ourselves from it.
And if you require an adventurer, then look no further. The supplies require brave souls to defend them, correct? Then I offer mine. I will await you at the gates.
Wait for me. I'm coming too.
Kankana made good on her word, not that I doubted she would. The merchants were likely all too eager to make such a sizable trade, they even provided us with bags and coats for the journey. And it appears Rakeshur will be joining us. Try as I might to convince him otherwise, his mind is made up. Hopefully this will prove to be another learning experience for him. My grandmother always did say the road forward is paved with good deeds. The three of us shall see that no beast lays fang or claw upon these provisions. There are more supplies to come, but they will be delivered by the Radiant Host. We shall be the vanguard, the harbingers of salvation for Palaka's stand. And with that, let us be off. That was a splendid display indeed. Your bravery never ceases to impress.
I've never seen such a fierce warrior. I dare say she's every bit your equal.
Children are so easily impressed. While Shauna is indeed a formidable adventurer, your teacher has many great deeds to her name, and more yet to come. Now, the village is not far. Let us march, and I challenge any monster to approach.
Hold on. You forgot the supplies.
Did you see that, Rakashur? Mark well how quickly that beast succumbed to the flurry of blades. In no small part thanks to this brave Arkazodara.
Ah, so this is the adventurer that Yizen spoke of. Not since my last hunt with sister have I fought so effortlessly with another.
And never have I felt so invigorated, to have such a mighty Arkazodara fighting by my side.
How do you keep it up? Just watching you has me out of breath. Endurance is the product of long hours of practice, lad. Well then, it seems my hunt is finished. Let us return to Palakistan before we draw the attention of something deadlier. Yizen will be eager to speak with you upon your return. Do not keep him waiting for long. There you are. Sula told me you brought both the supplies and the protection you promised. She is at present preparing the game she hunted.
She has promised to spar with me afterward. I am fast feeling that I have made the right choice in coming here.
I'm grateful for it, lass. It will do Sula good to have your energizing presence by her side. I understand that there are yet more supplies to come. I must find a way to thank the merchants and the one who spurred them to action. Kankana, was it?
The hidden house lasts longer in bed joke. Maybe. As long as they don't play Seabat, while doing that, I think everyone will be happy. In case you know what the Seabat is. Let's see here. She will spare no effort to see Razathan rebuilt. If there's anything else require from the merchants, she'll be happy to help. Let's go with this one.
It seems we've found a reliable ally, thanks to you. Oh, teacher, don't forget. We should ask about the journal we found.
Yes, of course. I was just about to mention it. The beast Sula and I felt was holding fast to this. Perhaps you know who its owner is?
This. By the Manishya. Yes, I do in fact know who penned this journal. They were dear friends of mine. Unfortunately, they didn't survive the tragedy that befell us.
I see. I am sorry for your loss.
Okay, I'm done eating the ice.
Thank you. Luckily, their memory lives on in their child. And now, this journal. When she comes of age, I'll show this to her, that she might come to know who her parents were.
Life is but a string of meetings and farewells. It is our memories that sustain us, that give us life. In this way, those whose journey has ended watch over those with the strength to step forward into a new day. Of all the wisdom grandmother passed down, I hold this to be the most precious. Memories are the greatest treasure that we can leave behind.
Your grandmother had a way with words. She could have taught even the divinities a thing or two.
I dare say you may be right, young Rakashur. I am not half so wise as she was, but her sage advice has been a beacon which has always guided me true.
With Ogle.
Truth be told, I first accompanied you here to repay the debt I owed, as grandmother would have wanted. I see now, however, that fate intended for me to be here. In Sula I have met a comrade in arms, and in Rakashur I have found a capable and eager student. For both of their sakes, I must strive ever to be better than the day I was before. Perhaps I should take up the art of dance? The fierce display of the Sekizigami compelled me to set down my spear and take up the katana, but the grace and deadliness with which the dancers throw their weapons has a charm all its own. Some measure of peace has returned to the Matanga, and I believe my skills will put to better use here. An adventurer must court challenge, after all.
My teacher has a daring spirit, if slightly reckless. But worry not, I'll make sure she doesn't come to harm.
So I guess she went from Lancer, I guess? I don't really know if she would be counted as a Dragoon necessarily, since that is technically more of an Ishgarian thing. I guess Lancer to Samurai to now maybe Dancer?
Have you listened to a single word I have said, Rakashur? You have no notion of the dangers I must brave daily, for now you should be content to behold great deeds and learn from them. I wager your adventures will soon take you far from here, Shauna. Rest assured I shall safeguard the people of Palaka's stand in your stead. I look forward to hearing tales of your exploits.
I mean, we went to space?
Well then, the first order of the day is to attune to the Aethroid and gather information. Jot this lesson down, young Rakashur, for these are the fundamentals of adventuring. Come now.
Our lack of supplies was weighing heavily on my mind. I feared for both Passerine and the child, but for the first time in a long while, I can breathe easily. Ogul's presence has proven to be a salve on Sula's mood, as well. She laughs as she hasn't since her sister's passing. We both have you to thank for our reversals of fortune. Even the departed have benefited from Ogul's arrival. The delivery of the journal was an unexpected boon, and it will doubtless prove to be vital in raising the child. When she becomes old enough to understand its contents, she will come to know the deep love her parents bore for her. A love so steadfast that it will shield her from the world's cruelty. Of course, I intend to tell her all about your part in her salvation as well. But for now, there is work to be done, for both of us, I'm sure. Wheresoever your travels may take you, don't forget the friends you have in this corner of Thavnair. And lastly, be safe. If you die before I can repay the debt I owe you, I'll hunt you through the 7 hells until the ledger is balanced. So let's see it doesn't come to that, eh?
And the lake fort, nice. Hippos born to run. Heading down there. Oop, and I also got enhanced equilibrium and a melee mastery, getting to 84. Let's see, our melee mastery I'm pretty sure is just 10 more damage. And equilibrium is heal over time. Nice. So basically just I heal for a large amount and just get a heal over time as well. And time for tribal stuff. Hippos born to run.
Ah, Shauna. Just who I was hoping to see. Do you have a moment? Just when I thought normalcy had finally returned to us, I received word of some truly peculiar hippo sightings. Yes, hippos. A veritable herd of hippos. Hurtling down the high road, no less.
Hippos hurtling? Majestic. Ah. I thought that was normal foot that near.
Yes, well. Though hippos have long inhabited Vanaspati, it is quite unusual to see them in such numbers outside their natural habitat, let alone harrying travelers on the high road. Yet harried the travelers are. If these hippos have been displaced by the fires that beset the jungle during the final days, we must find them a more suitable home for the sake of all concerned. I would normally ask the Radiant Host for help with such affairs, but they already have so much on their hands. And Ogul happens to be away, so could I ask you to look into the matter? Oh, thank you. You are truly a blessing. I don't know much more than what I have already told you, but I am sure others in Yedlamit have spotted a hurtling hippo or two.
Tribal quest accepted.
Hurtling hippos, you say? Oh yes, I saw them. barreling down the high road at tremendous speed. It was frightening just to watch. They kicked up so much dust that I couldn't get a clear look at them, but everyone on the island knows that smooth silhouette. An adorable yet fearsome creature, the hippo.
Yes, I've seen hippos on a number of occasions, over by the Great Work, and this is the second time I've answered that question in as many bells. One of the refugees came by asking the very same not moments ago. Truna, I think her name was. If you're looking for the same hippos, maybe she could help? She set off towards the perfumed rise, last I saw.
Okay.
Is this about those dreadful Arkazodara up north? Hitching carts to their hippos, and Sinvirova knows what else. If they've come down to join the other refugees, I don't doubt they'll be stirring up trouble. As if we don't have enough people leeching off our goodwill already?
Okay. Search for Bruna. Yes. I'm gonna assume that this is the of the that tribe, just based on the fact that there's just a settlement here. There's no one here, like no NPCs, but there are like actual players here, just standing around. Kind of gives me a decent idea that that's probably the case. Basket of food.
What are you looking at? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something here? You're looking for hippos? Damn. I was hoping to put pay to this before it got out of hand. Well, those hippos you're looking for should be rolling through any moment now. Just stand back and watch. Here they come. Hey. No stopping. What? Why is there fruit in the middle of the... You've done it now, you Hamza heads. Maru. What did I tell you about riding this high road? Ugh. Boss. Well, the roads back home ain't good for riding no more, boss. We ain't got much of a choice.
Riding hippos dangerous. Off the high road, will you?
Yeah. Roaring down a main road, kicking up dust storms, you're scaring people. What, you already forgot about the Tower of Zod? The fires and the screaming and the people tuning? You really think that raising a racket's what we need right now? In case you ain't got it through your heads yet, I'll spell it out for you, our racing days are over. They were over yesterday, and they were over the day before that too. I take it this solves your hippo mystery. Now all that's left is to apologize for these sorry sods. Care to tell me where to direct our Grovelin? Alright. Let's have a chat with this Kankana. You're coming too, Maru. I left you in charge, and the one in charge takes responsibility. That's how it goes. You'll be there to give your report or something, right? See you soon enough, then.
Hippo racist for some reason. Yes. Okay. Speak with Kenka now. And see what else we're gonna do.
Now, who might these fresh faces be? I was expecting news about hippos, but perhaps you've brought back a few lost souls as well?
Hippos can run up to, I think, like 60 kilometers. Yeah, from what I've heard, hippos are extremely dangerous and very aggressive as well. It's definitely an animal you do not want to fuck with. Like, apparently, if you see a hippo, stay the fuck away from it. It's basically like a tank of sorts that just hates things, from what I understand. Like there's basically I think he's technically a TikToker, but I think he might also be uploading the things to YouTube. But there's essentially a guy who's like talks about different animals, usually animals that are like either really weird or just extremely dangerous that most people might not know are dangerous, or just like essentially absolute asshole sort of animals in terms of when we look at them from like a human standpoint. And I don't remember his name right now. I want to Tyresu? That's his name? Maybe? Maybe that's him? Could be. Tirsu, I'm guessing it's Tirsu you're referring to. It's not him exactly. What is it again? It's not Tirsu, it's some other guy that basically makes videos like that. He also does animals, yeah. Okay, I think it might be this guy. So from what I can see here, this guy is apparently called I think Casual Geographic. I basically have watched a few of his videos. He basically like talks about animals and just general animals in a sort of, I would say, entertaining way, where he like does it really quickly, and he has basically like talked about a bunch of different animals. And the nice thing about most of his videos is that he makes sure that if there's a like animal or insect that a lot of people might have a phobia for, like in my case, spiders. If there's gonna be a spider in the video, he usually goes like just before he's about to show that, or some other like usually insect or arachnid, I guess. He goes like, hold up, arachnid warning or arachnophobia warning or something like that, which I highly appreciate because it's not exactly fun to just be sitting like in bed with my phone really close to my face, sort of watching his videos, and then suddenly there's a giant like spider just like in my face. Like I hate that sort of shit. I would say I have arachnophobia past a certain point in terms of like spider size, because like small spiders I can deal with. As soon as they get past a certain point, it's like, nope, fuck that, nope, don't put that close to me. And that's kind of also in case of like, if I see it on a screen, like a spider on a screen or in a book, like printed on the page, that just makes me immediately just go like, nope. Makes you think of the satisfactory arachnophobia filter. It makes it not spiders, but also makes it worse. I think there's also a game that I'm forgetting the name of now. What is that? Oh, what is that game called again? It's like a game where you're basically like a bunch of kids that have been like shrunken down in the backyard, I guess, of your house or something like that. You basically like, need to survive against insects and so on. I believe that game has spiders you can also fight against, but they made sure to basically put in an arachnophobia filter that basically has different levels where you can go like, takes two. No, it's not. It takes two. It's like a proper survival game. Trying to search here. Grounded. That's the one. That's the one. Grounded. It basically has a very here. It basically has like a bunch of arachnophobia sort of. It basically has an arachnophobia mode where you can like change how much like a spider it actually looks like. It's like several settings to where it's like, okay, it looks like an actual spider. Then they can go like, okay, let's still keep part of the spider look, but remove like the fangs of sorts, and also remove the legs. So it's basically just like a head and a body that just floats, but it still like kind of looks like a spider in terms of like the textures and such. Then you can get a version where it's like just textures removed, so it's basically just two orbs or two like spheres just floating, and with like some eyes. And yeah, I like the fact that they basically make sure to just add stuff like that for people that have arachnophobia, because I would not be able to deal with that. Like, I basically had to, when I played The Witcher 3, there was a cave I had to go into where there was some enemies called arachnomorphs, I think they were called, something like that. As soon as I went into that cave and one of those jumped towards me, I immediately just had to be like, fuck this, close down the game, look up a mod that just changed them to the normal like insectoid sort of enemies, like their look, like a slightly different like texture, I guess. It says eventually they become glitchy 2D cat head images and weird. You wish they had googly eyes. That could also work. But yeah. Just, I prefer when games like add in sort of, I guess, arachnophobia and just in general phobia settings, like common phobia settings at least, so you can kind of turn that stuff off if you just absolutely hate, for example, spiders, because I feel like that's a pretty common phobia. But yeah, I basically just need to like look up a mod immediately after having that experience. So yeah, I could not deal with that. The weird thing is just that I think on one forum post that I found while looking up that, someone was just like, "Oh yeah, just why do you need a mod? Just get your phobia taken care of. Just get rid of your phobia. It's not hard." Like, what? Like, why is you suggesting? But when someone was at, like, it was basically a forum post where someone was asking for a mod or like removing them or like changing how they looked, and someone was just like, just get rid of your phobia. Like, that doesn't help in this situation. I don't like, why should you go out and potentially spend a lot of money in order to try and get rid of a phobia you have when you can just get a mod for free for a game? Like, I feel like that guy that replied didn't really think through, I guess. Counter quote would be, eating rocks would be easier. Yeah, I feel like I don't even know how you would really get rid of a phobia is in essence, because the only way I can think of is just, oh, get exposed to a bunch of things that you're scared of. The thing is just that phobias don't necessarily make sense always. Like, at least here in Denmark, we don't think we have any native spiders that are lethal to us, that are like poisonous. Like, in our case, the phobia doesn't make any sense. It's just, there's something unnatural for us about spiders, and that just like freaks us out. So yeah, constant cat noises they make is kind of horrifying. I could kind of imagine that would probably be kind of scary, just constantly hearing like meowing, and then just suddenly seeing like a glitchy 2D cat just spit, like come around the corner, just like, what the fuck is that?
Something like that. Trun is the name, and on behalf of my hippos and associates here, I apologize for the commotion. We're used to race in our hippo carts on the less traveled paths of Vanispati, you see. We never took much to society even before the sky started rain and fire, mostly just kept to ourselves and lived off the land. But being new to these parts is no excuse. We should have known better than to take the high road at high speed, and we're sorry for any undue distress we might have caused. We ain't got much to offer, but we'll make it up to you however we can. Thavnair's in a bad way, so if we're ever going to do any good for anybody, now's the time. Or at least I'd like to think. I ain't got much in the way of ideas concerning how misfits like us can contribute. A crew of Arkazodara looking for purpose, and speedy hippos to steer them true. Perhaps there is something Trina and her associates can contribute to a recovering Thavnair.
Delivering, yes, cargo? Yeah, delivery work. Have you considered delivering, delivery work? I think trying hippo carts could be an incredibly useful skill. Let's go with delivery work.
Delivery work? You think we could really do something like that? I mean, A hippo cart's the fastest set of wheels there is, but...
Can solve for phobias, yeah, but like, it will take years and be unsuccessful in harmful ways, so unless it's something that hinders daily life, we tend to not you don't want to solve it, yeah. It's like in cases of like arachnophobia, it's not something that had like limits most people's daily lives, because you can usually get around spiders. It's not the biggest problem ever. There are certain countries where it might be a lot more difficult because spiders might be extremely abundant, but yeah. But yeah, there are definitely certain phobias. I think there are phobias about, like, I guess, just other people being outside, things like that. Those phobias I can completely understand needing to get like help for, but arachnophobia, that one doesn't really need any help, I guess. I'm assuming there's probably a phobia for the ocean. That one doesn't really need to be dealt with either, unless you live specifically on an island, in which case you might need to get that checked out, but I feel like it would maybe also just, due to how you grow up, probably just not develop that sort of phobia. Most cases, I'm assuming. Like, I think phobias can probably develop based on, like, assuming childhood, I guess, trauma, because I'm basing that off what I think happens in the Truman Show, like the movie. I believe in that Truman basically has like a phobia of the ocean because his dad drowned or something like that while he was a kid, or something like that. I don't know how true that actually is in terms of like in real life, but I'm assuming that could be the case. Doesn't seem too far-fetched. But yeah. The whole thing about it being something you do that often is pretty much very true.
It's an excellent idea. Local trade is on its way to recovery, and the timely delivery of goods via hippo cart can only be a boon.
Plus, I'm assuming that getting, like, help with basically getting over a phobia, I'm assuming it's probably decently expensive, because it's probably a somewhat rare thing that people specialize in, and the need for it isn't that big, so it's probably kind of expensive since it is a like kind of unique skill to basically be able to help with that. I'm guessing, who knows, maybe like psychiatrists, who I'm assuming might be the people that know how to deal with phobias. They might be taught how to deal with that while studying, but I have no clue. Could be. I'm kind of assuming at least that it's probably a somewhat expensive endeavor to do, so it might also be why most people just don't do it for their, like, not daily life ruining phobias.
However, delivery work requires a great deal of trust. You are transporting someone's precious possessions, after all. You will not only need to learn the trade, but earn the respect of the people as well. Everyone starts somewhere, so there's no need to feel intimidated. If this sounds like something you'd like to try, then why not let Shauna show you how it's done? It just so happens that a parcel intended for the great work was accidentally offloaded here today. It's filled with medicinal herbs from Gridania, so I'd like it sent over as soon as possible.
You need help from a psychiatrist or something like that. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm assuming, because essentially, like, phobias are essentially just like something mental, I guess, a mental block, I guess. I don't even know how to refer to it, but something mental, and that's basically what psychiatrists deal with. There might be some other profession that works with it, but I'm assuming psychiatrist is probably the most likely one. But who knows, maybe there's some profession that is not very widely known to like deal with that. I have no idea.
Would you be a dear and deliberate with Trina? With your worldly experience, I'm sure you will serve as a shining example of professionalism. I'll entrust the parcel to you, Trina. I have no doubt that you will see it safely to its destination. Sorry for talking you out of your way, Shauna, but I look forward to seeing a professional do whatever it is a professional does. I'll be waiting by the gates, so give me a shout when you're ready to go.
Gates. So, are we riding a hippo cart? Or what?
We're ready when you are. My partner Sorya here's pulling the fastest cart on the island. I stowed the goods we're delivering under the seat, so they won't get damaged or nothing. And we ain't about to leave you high and hippo-less, there's another cart just for you. Our hippos are usually shy around strangers, but you were there with the fruit earlier, so you've got nothing to worry about. They're smarter than to bite the hand that feeds. We don't let just anybody ride our carts, but if boss thinks you can handle it. No need for bellyachin, Maru. We ain't racing the carts down the high road like some Hamza heads I know. Now, off we go, slow and steady.
Hippo cart. And it's a cutscene. And Mars just lit back there. Surprised that we're like gonna talk about
Not a bad way to travel.
Barda, maybe.
My crew designed these carts from scratch, you know.
Historically, we the Dara went around in Jupo carriages and like. At some point, I got to wondering why not.
Sure, we're a heavy bunch, but nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it, right? Well, after auditioning all kinds of critters, we finally came round to hippos. Hippo riding's a team effort. Our hippos can sprint with the best of them, but they ain't got a lot of stamina, so a good rider knows when to push and when to let up. Here we are, safe and sound. Now we hand over the goods, right? You wouldn't happen to be talking about an imported package, would you? I've been expecting a delivery ship, but seen neither keel nor prow of it. Wait, aren't you the one who saved Nidhana? Ah, I see. Well, thank you both for going out of your way to bring this over. You've saved me considerable grief. No large trading vessels can dock here, you see? Usually, our orders are offloaded at Alnair and thence shipped by Dow, but they sometimes get mixed in with packages destined for Yedlamid. And then the logistical nightmare begins, I'm afraid. May I check to see if you indeed have my herbs? Yes, this is it. Importing these is trying enough without delivery mishaps, so I'm relieved they made it here safely. And to think that all of the hippo hubbub was, in fact, industrious delivery work. A little frightening to watch without proper context, but you've done a marvelous job. I'll be sure to call upon your services again.
Hippo delivery service.
That wasn't a delivery, but I guess a little misunderstanding never hurt anyone. People sure do trust you, though. I got trusted just standing next to you. And he looked so happy about his herbs. Had me smiling right along with him. Maybe we really can make a difference with this delivery business.
Still here.
Thanks for showing me the ropes, and for doing all the talking, too. I'd like to get straight back to Kankana, but from the looks of it, your hippo needs a breather. No surprise, considering what it's been through lately. Here's what we'll do, I'll let this big boy rest up a bit, while you go on ahead with Surya. I'm trusting you with my prized set of wheels, so be careful. No scratches or nothing. Just ride like you did come in here and there shouldn't be any problems. Should you become separated from your card.
Can we... Nope, can't fly. It's... I guess, yep, all the way back there. Almost certain that Svarna gonna be the location where we have the travel quests up. Someone like the car to say 2005 Nissan Skyline. I don't even know that car, but I'm guessing that's an old car. I mean, it is an old car, but like talking about it like it's her baby or something like that. So this is I kind of want to know what that car actually looks like. I think I've seen that car maybe before. Although when I search for it, it does give me a lot of different ones. I guess that depends on the model of it, because there's like 205 GT and a bunch of other different ones, like Coupe.
Her mission accomplished.
580
a triumphant Surya trundles away with the cart in tow. Kankana will be pleased to hear of your successful delivery.
For Speed Underground reference. I've never played that game, but I do know about it. I think the main place I know about it from is from a YouTube video from someone that I'm forgetting the name of now. What is his name again? Yeah, it's I've heard about the game specifically from a guy on YouTube called Noodle. Basically makes animated videos, and he did a video like 7 months ago about Need for Speed. Basically, like going through, I think all of the games, and basically just talking about them a bit. It was funny. Yep. You borrow a car at some point, and the guy's like, don't you get any scratches on it? Yeah, but yeah, Noodle is a really good YouTube channel. I especially like his smoother animation does not equal better animation. Like, that video hits on so many points where I'm like, yes, just because a video has more FPS does not mean it necessarily looks good. Like, it depends on how it's made. And then the follow-up video you did where it's like reviewing your takes on animation. Where it's basically the comments to that video talking about like how just because the video is 60 FPS does not mean it actually looks good. Because it basically refers to videos where it's like, okay, let's take this like 24 frames per second animation, like a fight scene from an anime, and just slap it into a program that turns it into 60 FPS, and now it looks like absolute ass. Because there's basically just weird ass frames all over the place. And that video has basically made it so that anytime I try looking up a clip on YouTube from anything, if it says 60 FPS HD, I don't click on it. Just based on the fact that I don't want to give any views to those videos, because fuck that whole thing of like, hey, let's just slap it into a program and like make it look like absolute ass. Like, you can see how bad some of those videos look. The whole 60 FPS AI upscale trend is basically garbage. Yeah. Like, as soon as you actually start noticing that stuff, you cannot watch any of those sorts of videos, because you can immediately just see all of the places where the AI just fucks up. Like, he also goes into the fact that, like, he's not saying that 60 FPS animation is bad. It's just that if you try to upscale animation that's not made in a certain frame rate with an AI, it's gonna look bad. Because the AI is dumb. It is stupid. It doesn't know what the fuck it's doing when it comes to that. But it basically is like also that, hey, for gaming, yes, 60 FPS is good. Because it's how that it, like, there's more frames, it just looks more smooth. But that's also because games like are constantly basically adjusting based on the frame rate, whereas animations that are done and rendered, they can't really be updated and still look good because they're a static thing. The picture's already made, whereas this, like, this animation right here is constantly being played and adjusted based on the frame rate that my PC is currently running. It's not getting fucked up. Like, if I was playing this at 30 FPS, this animation would maybe look a little bit more, I don't know, choppy in it, but not by a lot. Like, you would probably not really be able to notice it too much of a difference. But my god, some of the takes that some of the people had on that video is just like, you people are fucking dense. They didn't listen. Games is funny because the animation for games still use the same timing regardless of frame rate. Yeah. But since it's not like a... But basically since that this is not a like finished thing that's been rendered out and is like static and can't be changed anymore, it's able to just... They are, I guess, able to just adjust things. Like, it doesn't necessarily like go faster, it's just able to, like, because of how the game works, it's able to just, like, I guess, add in more, make the animation more smooth, I guess. Yeah, she was saying there, once a video is rendered, it's set at a locked amount of images. Can't change that. If you start upscaling it, it's gonna have to add more images, which are gonna look like ass, because the AI is a dum-dum. It is apparently also, for the most part, used, or supposed to be used for live action, as he also mentions in the video. I do love the fact that on his, like, animation frame rate video, that James fucking Baxter made a comment basically saying that, hey, all the stuff in this video is correct. I love the fact that he made a, like, comment on that video. That is, like, having James fucking Baxter comment on your video and basically being like, all you're saying is correct. That is a huge fucking badge of honor, I think, for any animator. Like, not in terms of, like, oh yeah, your animation is good, just like, what you're saying is true. Like, that is like a huge badge of honor of, like, one of the, like, I guess, what would you call them even, like, I wouldn't necessarily say famous, but, like, I guess one of the most praised animators probably in, like, the animation world currently is probably James Baxter, due to the fact that he has made some insane, absolutely insane animation sequences. Like certain shows, I know that I believe he did the ballroom dancing scene in Beauty and the Beast. He has done, like, I'm not gonna say exactly which, like, what happens in the scene, but in the last episode of Steven Universe, the original run at least, there's a very specific scene that when people watch that episode, they're gonna know what, like, scene or, like, what sequence it is, because it's, like, a completely different art style, or, like, basically the animation is, like, suddenly extremely fucking smooth, and, like, the camera angles and everything is like, oh. Also, I'm not sure if it actually is the case, but I think in one of the last episodes for the Owl House, I think there might be a sequence that he also worked on, but I'm actually not sure if he is the one worked on that sequence, because there's, like, a very specific sequence in one of the last few episodes of the Owl House, which is a really good show. Would highly recommend watching that, because that is a fucking good show, and Disney can fuck themselves because of the fact that they are basically just fucking over the show heavily and reducing the amount of episodes and everything. Seriously, just in a lot of ways, fuck Disney. There is shit company in certain aspects, especially when it comes to anything regarding TBT. Fuck Disney. Have yet seen season 2 of the Owl House. Season 2 has actually already finished, and I ended up watching all of it online because it's basically impossible to find it anywhere, at least in Denmark. But yeah, season 2 is really good, especially the last few episodes. Oh, really good. The only problem is just that now I need to wait until, I think, spring next year, I think it is, before they come out with the, like, last 3 episodes, which are apparently gonna be, like, I think 3 think it's like 3 45-minute episodes, so like an hour and a half, so essentially just a movie that they're essentially coming out with. But yeah, that's apparently not coming out until like sometime spring next year, so it's kind of just like, damn it, I want to know what's gonna happen, because Jesus Christ, that cliffhanger is... Oh... God, I want to watch it more. I don't know if it's on Danish Disney Plus, or if they have it yet. Probably not. Maybe? I actually don't know. Just gonna say I didn't watch it on Disney Plus, because, yeah, I don't really feel like supporting Disney with any sort of money. Plus, also, I don't feel like paying for subscription to some service just to watch one show. Doesn't really seem smart in my opinion. So yeah, I just kind of found it online because there are different places you could do that. But yeah, definitely a good season. But now there's just a problem, like, I need to wait a long ass time. It took them like a year or two to get DuckTales 2007 final season. What, on Disney Plus here in Denmark or what? So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised about that. Like, I feel like getting cartoons in Denmark on like any channel is like such a long time it takes. Like, it takes possibly like years before they start putting anything out. I think we actually have already had this conversation like a while ago, but like, it takes forever to put anything out. They sometimes don't even put out everything. Might only put out a bit of it, because I believe that in terms of Dragon Ball Z, they only did up to, I think, somewhere in the Frieza saga, and then they just dropped it. And it's not always the best sort of, I don't know, dubs that they do, because I hope you don't watch it dubbed, because we only have like 5 voice actors. Yeah, there's also that problem. It's always the same voice actors, because we have basically none here in Denmark, which I'm actually kind of surprised by, because I feel like there's probably a good amount of people that they could probably hire to do dubs in Denmark. But I'm guessing they just don't feel like doing it, because they're just kind of like, yeah, it's just going out to like some kids. They don't care about the quality. When there's actually like adults who might be like, yeah, I want to watch this like in a legal way, but I can't because you guys are being fucking slow as shit with basically getting it out. And then it turns out to be like mediocre in terms of quality because of the voice acting. But yeah, you could watch it on Danish TV with the shitty ass uninspired Danish stuff, but not on Danish Disney Plus. Have they done that sometimes, like taking Disney shows and put it on Danish TV but not on Disney Plus? So that just seems absolutely asinine to do that. Like, why not put it on both? I'm assuming that like Danish Disney Plus should at least be able to like have any Disney show like on their platform, and then potentially also sell it like to, I guess, Danish television stations. But yeah, Danish versions of most cartoons or anime, not always the best. Yes, Danish TV needs some time as the only place to watch it or something. just seems dumb because when you think about it, TV is kind of just getting phased out, I feel like, in terms of how people watch like stuff. Like, I feel like most kids, if they watch anything, is probably just on like some sort of streaming service at this point, or on YouTube. Because they just don't want to deal with the stuff that we probably had to deal with when we were like kids, of being like, oh yeah, you want to watch this cartoon? Yeah, you need to like wake up at possibly 6 in the morning and like tune into this channel like on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning, and you might not even have a TV in a place where you can actually watch it, because maybe the only TV that's available is the one in your parents' room. That could be the case, or the one downstairs, which might be right next to your parents' room, which was the case at some point for me, where the TV was literally right next to my parents' room, and they had I think a sort of paper wall, essentially, because for some reason they had, I think they had their room, at least at some point, as part of the living room or something like that. You think the only TV you watch is the news one time a week at your mom's place. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing for me. Whenever I visit my parents, that's the only time I really watch TV, because yeah, they have the TV usually running like in the afternoon or evening when we've eaten and we're just like watching a movie or something like that. Watching some TV. Although they technically don't watch like TV in the normal sense, because they have like a smart TV and they have like a bunch of different apps, so that technically you're watching TV, but it's more like they can just kind of take with it whichever program they want to watch whenever it's like available. Usually don't even own a TV anymore, and done that for 6 years. Like, I technically like through the like my bills for like doing where I live, there's like a small, like a very cheap price. I think it's like maybe 100 crowns or something like that. That's included in it because of the deal that the place I live at have with one of the internet providers that also provides television. I basically have access to like the basic package. The thing is just I can't watch it on my TV because I don't have a box. So I basically have a like pretty large TV in my living room that I have not used basically ever. I think the only times I've used it has been a small amount of times when I've played a game on it, or during New Year's when I've had like, I think it was New Year 2019 and 2020 when I had some friends over for New Year's Eve, and we basically put on the Queen's New Year's speech and a few things there. But that wasn't even like normal TV. That was literally me. I think unplugging my PC that I currently have, carrying that into the living room. I think that was during 2020 because for some reason my laptop didn't want to work at that point, my old one, and we basically just plugged in the TV or the PC to the TV and just used that as a monitor and just watched it from like online on one of the TV station's websites. You have a TV, you watch to put anime on it, or the Switch. Yeah, like, I feel like if people have a TV, they either use it for games or they have some sort of app, because it's usually like if it's a smart TV, they just have like apps and they don't give a shit about like most of the normal channels, because I want to watch this program. Oh wait, I need to wait until it's like 10 in the evening, where I have to go to bed. Fuck. Which is easier if it's just like, oh, I want to watch this program. I have the entire season available to me. I can watch it at any time. Great. I can binge 7 episodes now. Go to bed and watch the last 3 maybe tomorrow evening. Way easier. But then there's just the entire, like, I guess, boom of streaming services that has happened for the last few years, and now it's just like, oh, you want to watch this program? Yeah, you need to use this service. Oh, you want to watch this other program? Oh yeah, you need to buy this completely other service in order to watch that. And in some countries, you can't watch certain programs because they're not available, and it's an entire fucking thing. We have too many streaming services. And we're basically back to the same problem that we kind of had, I guess, before, where it was like, we have too many channels. Where it was like, oh yeah, here's a TV package with like 100 different channels. You're only gonna be watching at most 5 of them. Maybe if you're an adult. And if you're a kid, there's maybe, I don't know, 4. I think it was usually something like Disney, something other Disney. I am forgetting what it was called. Like, it was basically the Disney Channel. I think it was Disney XD. It was called Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. Those were the important ones for kids. Something like that. It seems to, for anime, it's starting to compound a little since Sony's Live Funimation owns Crunchyroll now. It has kind of reduced in terms of the anime, I guess, area. Where it's like, I think Crunchyroll is probably still the big one. I think it's Amazon Video has a few anime that are exclusive to that one as well. And I think there's maybe another service, but I'm not really sure. Like, there's not a whole lot of anime streaming services, but there is still, like, a few of them. It's at least a lot easier, because I feel like at one point, like a few years ago, there was a lot of different services that you can stream anime from. I think it was something called Verve at some point. But I could be wrong regarding like which service that was. Pretty sure there was something called Verve though. I don't know what anime Amazon Video has, but Netflix has a brand new anime or brand new animal from Studio Trigger. Ooh. Oh yeah, Netflix also has some anime. That's true. I feel like most of the other, like, I guess, normal, if you want to call it that, streaming services like Hulu, HBO, I guess, they don't really do too many anime, I think. Any. I think it's really only Netflix of the, like, mainstream ones that has any anime. Quote me on that, though, because I could be wrong, but I think that's the only one I can think of that has any sort of anime. Verve still exists, but Verve isn't really a service, it's more of a service of a service. I guess that is true. I think about it, I don't really know if it technically counts, but there is... Oh, Netflix has, I believe, a few anime that they have also, well, technically anime, I guess you could call them, that they did fund, I believe, like the Castlevania series. I believe that's at least on Netflix, which from what I've seen is actually a pretty decent show, as far as I remember. I think it had like think 4 seasons? Castlevania is him. Oh, I don't really know what. I'm guessing that's what you're trying to write. Okay, good shit. Yeah, both Castlevania and Brand New Animal are funded by Netflix. Yeah, like that is a pretty cool thing that Netflix has gone out and been like, hey, how about we actually fund some like animated shows that are actually really high quality. I believe they also they are also the ones that funded like a Witcher animated movie. Where it was like, I think it's Vesemir that they follow in that movie. I don't really know if it was that great or not. Don't they have JoJo too? Yeah, I believe Netflix also has JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't remember how many seasons of it they have though, because I think last time I checked, I think they only had certain parts of the anime. I don't think they had all of them necessarily. I do believe they have part. I think it's part 6 that they have. So the latest part of the actual animated parts. Although I don't remember if. I'm not sure if the entire of part 6 has actually been released yet or not. I haven't really kept up with that, to be honest. It's been okay, I guess, but Netflix tends to just make surefire purchases. Yeah. They don't do too many of those purchases, but they tend to go for the projects that they know are at least gonna, like, get a decent amount of views. So in the case of like Castlevania, they could probably see that the animation was pretty good. The story was good. So they green that. Seriously. You're just waiting on Netflix to increasing the price and adding ads here. Yeah, January. Oh yeah, there's that whole thing. Why are they gonna add fucking ads? They're a streaming service. Why do you need to add, like, put in ads on your streaming service? That is the thing that we basically started using streaming services for, was like, hey, we are tired of these goddamn ads that are cutting our shows up. We're going to the streaming services. Now we're getting ads. God damn it. So dumb. Also, I kinda got distracted and didn't continue the quest for like, what, 10-15 minutes? Maybe more?
Welcome back. Shauna just told me all about your successful delivery. Thank you for your help, Truna. What did you think of your first job? The delivery part seems pretty straightforward, even for our ilk. But the whole build and trust thing won't be easy. Still, it's not like we can give up and go home to Venice Patty. Sooner or later, we'll have to get used to living with other folks. And you should have seen how relieved that alchemist was when he got his supplies. Feels nice to know we did some good in the world. There is no greater reward for a job well done, in my experience. If you choose to continue on this path, I am certain the joy you bring will be returned to you tenfold.
The issue for Netflix is that they rely too much on binge culture. Apparently people order a month, binge everything, and then leave for another 6-12 months. I can see that being a problem, actually. Yeah. That is, like, considering how their model is, that is kind of what a lot of people would probably do. Although I feel like there's probably also just a lot of people who are just like, yeah, I'm just gonna like keep my subscription going in case there's anything I want to watch, and they just kind of forget about it or it's not too big of a problem. You probably have a few of those as well. But I can see the problem, that being kind of a problem of them just being, of people being like, buy 1 month and then ditch after that month, after having watched like 15 different series and 12 movies or something like that.
As this is a new endeavor for you and your associates, however, I do believe it best if someone oversees your progress.
Like, people that basically have their Netflix subscription just going, I know are parents at least, because they just kind of watch things from time to time. I think they have like maybe 2 different streaming services that they use, that they just have going. And then they are technically also using the stuff that I pay for, because that allows them to basically log into some stuff through that, so they can watch some other things. Because I don't use mine, they might as well use it.
Shauna, you did so much for Ogle that I have to ask, will you lend your aid to Trina and her associates?
It is maybe, from what I understand, it's technically not allowed, but I think most people don't really care about that whole thing. Anime culture is a little different due to the major influx of 30-ish new anime every like 4 months. Yeah, there's that whole thing. Plus, I'm pretty sure that there's also the whole thing of like, I'm actually not sure. You're calling the police? Oh shit, the popo. Gotta end the stream quickly. See you guys. But yeah, I'm actually not sure. On Crunchyroll, do they actually roll out the episodes for anime like weekly, or do they just have like all of it released at once? So I'm not really sure how that actually works now, because back in my day, it was like the whole thing where it's like you need to basically wait a week every single time in order to get the new episode. Okay, so they still do that. Okay, I'm guessing that's probably because they still, like, the animators still do the same thing as usual, where it's like they work on the episodes right up until like release or something like that. I'm more afraid of old ass Avatar than the Popo. I mean, in terms of like generational thing, or like, I guess I'm like I think back in my day, yeah. I mean, based on my age, I am basically what people call boomers, even though I'm technically like right on the edge of basically being a millennial or a zoomer. So I'm born in like 1995. I'm like, depending on like who you ask and like the things you look at in terms of like when generations like end and start, I'm like right on that sort of edge. There's apparently some that go that basically say something like that that people that are born around where I'm born are maybe called like right around where I'm born are sometimes called Zillennials, because it's like we're technically millennials, but we also kind of like grew up during the Zoomer sort of era, so it's kind of like an overlap. 1995 isn't the boomer age, I know, but it's like I feel like a lot of people the boomers are after World War II. Yeah, I think it ended in like around 1965-ish, maybe a little bit after that, because I believe my parents... Wait. Wait, now I think I'm missing things up actually now. What was it again? I'm getting confused. I think my parents are like Generation X, I think, actually. I'm unsure. I'm just gonna look at the Wikipedia article for this because that's way easier. Okay, so it seems like when what one of the like things on Wikipedia says, which granted you need to take with a grain of salt because it's Wikipedia, it's not always 100% accurate. My parents are like born at the very beginning of Generation X, which is 1965 according to this thing, and millennials slash Generation Y ended in 1996, and Zoomers were from 1997. I'm a millennial, close to Gen Z, yeah. But I feel like I've seen some places that some people also refer to like people that are very close, like the cutoff points are sometimes like seen as not specifically one generation. They are sometimes seen as like a mix, which I can kind of see, because I can kind of see how I could in some ways be seen as a millennial, but also a little bit as a zoomer due to like how I grew up, because I don't have most of the experiences that people that grew up in like 1981, for example. I don't really have the same experience as they had. I have some of them, but that's mainly just from like watching things in like the early 2000s that like have stuff from the 1990s, for example. Yeah, I feel like a lot of times online and just between my friends and such, if someone is like around like 25 and over, they're just like, they're called boomers. Even though it's like, that's people in like their, I don't even know at this point, like you need to be around like 60 years old in order to be a baby boomer. Like 60s to 80-year-olds are boomers at this point. So, yeah. It doesn't really fit, but it's just kind of the joke, I guess, of like, quote-unquote, old people are boomers, even though they're like way older than the people that they actually call boomers. Like, I think most people that are like, yes, it's just kids meaning like okay boomer, yeah, pretty much. But I think the people that they usually end up saying okay boomer to are like Generation X, or like the people that were born in like the very early millennials, or like the early millennials basically. They would be around 40 now, I guess. So, yeah. Doesn't make any sense, but that's just how internet stuff goes sometimes, I guess.
I know we're a right crew of misfits, Shauna, but I promise you we're hard workers. Give us a chance, and we'll make you proud.
Got the spirit kit with you. This is going to be a lot of work. Got the spirit kit. I'm with you.
Thank you. I swear you won't regret this.
It's
Now
kind
that
of
that's settled,
actually,
I think it is time you saw your new home.
kind of feels feel weird calling calling one of the elephant people for like kid, because it's like, I feel like whenever I see one of them, it's like, oh yeah, you must be like, here's a. I keep forgetting what they're called for some reason. What are you called again? I keep forgetting. Casadara? That's what it is. Every time I talk with the Casadara, I'm like, oh, it must be like 60 plus years old, because wrinkles and you look wise and everything. Then sometimes like, oh yeah, this is a kid. Like, what? I think we just need a chatting podcast stream with Avatar. Maybe. The thing is just that I just need to like have topics thrown at me, because I'm terrible at like coming up with topics. This is a kid. They're older than me. Yeah, like that's literally the thing here. Like, they look like they are like grown ass adults. Like, that they could potentially be like over 100 years old. I don't actually know what their time, like how old they can be, but like they look like they could easily be like 100 years old and still be like in their prime of sorts. Like, they look like they would be wise old teachers and sages and stuff like that, and then I'm just told like, oh yeah, this person is a kid. Like, what? They look like they could be my like grandparents' grandparent.
You see, I have come into possession of an old trading post that has since fallen into disuse.
Is that kind of is what happens when it's like elephants, because like they like an elephant just looks in a way just old, just like their, I guess, the texture of their skin, because it's like wrinkly and stuff like that. So you can't really see age on them, I guess. So like they look identical, but I'm guessing these two are like younger, like 20-year-olds maybe. I'm guessing, but I have no idea. Like, can kinda could technically be anywhere from like 30 to 90 years old, as far as I know. Could even be younger. I don't know if guy is like, I could technically be 10 years old and I would have no clue. I don't know how they age, if they age like quickly or not. Ain't got a clue.
The structures may be a little worse for wear, but the plot itself is very conveniently located. You are free to fix it up however you would like. You're just gonna let us use it? Just like that? I will lease it to you for a small fee. That is to say, if your new business fails to turn a profit, I may have to rethink the use of that space one day. But we can talk about the particulars later. For now, how about you go and take a look? I've marked its location on this map. Gladly. Thanks for everything you've done for us. Let's reconvene at our new headquarters. I'll round up my people.
Okay. Finally get to actually finish this quest. And yeah, it's where I had a feeling it was gonna be.
Shauna. Glad you turned up. As you can see, this place ain't no meghaduta. But once we get the basics up and running, it'll start feeling like home in no time. We'll need a cart shed, for starters, and a place to store packages and whatnot. If I'm honest, boss, I'm still not sure about all this. But if you say we should give it a shot, I guess I can try. Thanks, Maru. I'm counting on you, you know. Alright, as of today, we're making our name as reliable delivery workers. We've got a lot to learn, but don't go easy on us. Teach us everything you know. Now, we need a name for our new business. Something real, trustworthy. Boss, we gotta fix this place up. We ain't got time to be worrying about names. What's wrong with our team name, anyway? Our team name? You're right. We don't need to be fancy, just fast, reliable, and ride in hippo carts. Hippo riders it is.
Same cutscene where we see the entire place getting renovated. Did one hell of a job, like really fast. There's some pretty good music here as well.
Led by their charismatic leader, Chernay, the Hippo Riders have retired from racing and rebranded themselves as speedy delivery workers. However, they are still known on the island as local delinquents. Use your experience as an adventurer and trusted hero to help them better their reputation.
Okay, so quest unlocked.
You have achieved friendly Arkazodara Furthermore,
okay. The vendor is over here. And I'm guessing it's probably gonna be barely anything. Yep, just material right now. Items. Grade 8 dark or dark matter and gizzle greens. Okay, let's check here. That gives 60 a rep. Am I assume that it's gonna be the same as nah, it's probably gonna be a longer process, I think. Okay, the music changed a lot suddenly. I feel like, let's see. Just curious regarding the rep, how long it actually takes to get. Like the first rank, like so the next rank rather. Let's see. Okay, so it takes 3 days to basically reach the cap with them, so that's gonna be something next week we can deal with, because yeah, I'm not gonna max that out today. Okay, let's see, we've hit the 4-hour mark, so it's about, and then we actually end the stream, which is fine because we actually did unlock one of the things that I kind of wanted to unlock, which is Thrive. But we completely finished the quest or the stream today. I really want to quickly go to the island sanctuary and first complete a upgrade I was doing, and also just show off the island because I've gotten a decent amount of stuff upgraded there. Also, I want to check, has one of the rare animals spawned yet? No, there's still like hour until that bastard spawns.
Ahoy there.
Just turn that off because I don't need that. But yeah, basically something that's on the island is there's a lot of like rare animals you can capture for your pasture. Basically get materials from. But yeah, basically the point where I ended the stream or stopped showing stuff with the island sanctuary last time was when I had finished the tutorial, I believe. Was at rank 4 and we're now at rank 7, so yeah, the cabin has been upgraded fully to rank 3. I have very soon, as soon as I complete a cutscene, I'll have 3 workshops at rank 2. At this area up here unlocked, which has 2 granaries at rank 2, the most you can apparently have. Also this place up here, where there's a bathhouse, sorts. A little, I guess maybe you could call it like a semi-onsen of sorts. I don't really know. I have that. I unlocked this yesterday, I think. Build a small tree fort here at this thing, which I need to interact with. Let's get the cutscene. Already seen that several times. Complete. Now I have a 3rd rank 2 workshop. Nice. Let's see, what else do I have? The roads have basically been upgraded a bit as well around the place. I have a maxed out pasture for animals. Rank 3 area for plants, basically. I haven't planted anything up here yet because I kind of want to just wait for this to finish up. Plus, I believe I can actually pay this mammoth. Maybe do something like that, like gardening services. I got new tools. Okay, so basically, if I craft crop workers tools, I can basically make it so that the mammoths basically at a price based on certain things. Will basically plant crops, water them, I believe, and I think harvest them as well for me. It's nice. And if I get the thing for the pastures, they will basically just, I believe, feed the animals, and I think maybe grab any produce that they produce. Which is also nice. There is just one thing where if you have the mammoths apparently working or taking care of the animals, and you capture an animal, you can't send the animal, and you basically have a full pasture, you can't send any of these animals away if it's being taken care of by a mammoth, which can lead to problems where I've seen pictures online of someone capturing a very rare animal and not being able to get it. But yeah, I can basically show off the animals I have. I have the Glyptodon, that is a rare version of this species, which I believe it appears like up here, just like here, somewhere like up here-ish. Dota Paradise, I think that's like here, it spawns. The yellow goblin is like up here-ish. Black chocobo is, I believe, right out here. Star marmot. That one spawns like in this general area. And some of these spawn at like certain times. Some of them spawn at only just specific times. In terms of the Eorzean clock. Some of the others, though, it's like, yeah, you need also special weather and a special time in order to get them, which are the ones that are a pain in the ass. The Orne Caragol, which I actually thought was just like a normal sheep, but it's apparently not, spawns around here at certain times, I think. Also, apparently my chat over in OBS had disconnected or something. I don't know why. Island Stag is technically also a unique one, even though it's the only difference is just the fact that it's called a stag instead of a doe. That one spawns like here-ish. Apulu Paradise, I think spawns like here-ish. And this one is just a normal one that I haven't gotten rid of yet. Don't know, can I feed? Ah, yep, I can still feed them. We can do that. Get them a bit happier. I also have this like windmill out here. But yeah, now I just need to get to rank 8 in order to unlock anything else. If I'm not mistaken, I believe rank 8 I think is gonna unlock the last I think 2. It's just one tool. Like I'm missing one tool, I believe, in order to gather the last like 3 different materials, I believe. And rank 8 is gonna unlock rank 3 granaries and workshops, which basically just means that I can earn more the Seafarer's calories and get also more of the rare materials that the granaries gather. We always get more of that. Yeah. I'm just curious, what is the status? Okay, they're all happy. I have up to 20 animals in here and haven't gotten that many. What is the status current in these? I don't know what that means, to be honest. Also, I can plant 20 things here, damn. I literally doubled it up by upgrading its rank 3. Nice. Yeah, to be honest, there isn't too many differences, I think, when you rank up. Most of the time, I think it's only just that sometimes you get new tools you get access to. I think rank 7 gives you the bronze gig, which just allows you to get, like, actually, you'll basically be able to catch Isle fish, island squid, and island jellyfish. I think the jellyfish are unique to this area, but you can get squid both here and up here you can get the Isle fish, I believe. Man, there's so many things you can gather here, and it's, I feel like the last bit here is gonna take a while. Sure, squid now, you get now. You have Splatoon on the brain. I mean, you did apparently also play for like, what, 17 hours? As far as you said. So it wouldn't be too surprising, to be honest. Apparently there's actually one of the rare animals up right now, from what I can see. Yep. Black sheep is up. wanted to, I could technically capture it. Or just get extremely unlucky with this. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Done all the story, a bit of Salmon Run, and a bit of normal PvP. Right, so a bit of Turf War, I guess. Or is it still Turf War? That's just the like normal PvP. It's Splatoon. Assuming it is, because from what I know is like it's been the normal sort of PvP thing from the last like 2 games. To be honest, the only knowledge I have of Splatoon from Splatoon 1 and 2 has been from the Let's Plays that Chuck Conroy has been doing of them, which have been extremely detailed. I don't even remember how many of the episodes of Splatoon 2, like every episode was basically just, let's do a little bit of the story, like a level or 2 maybe of the normal story, and then when you got to the DLC, a few of those levels, and then you would basically, like after that, sometimes go over a little bit of trivia about the game or some feature or something, and then it was basically time for the big ass guide for one of the weapons, and he went through all of them, every single weapon for Splatoon 2 and from Splatoon 1. Jesus Christ, those were some long ass guides that he did there. And I was like, okay, here's the weapon. Benefits, disadvantages, when to use them, what situation they're really good at, which are they bad at, what, like, I don't even know what they're called, like skills, something like that, on your gear would be good for this thing, and then showed it off in like a few battles, like sometimes even ranked PvP and so on. Those were some long segments, and I think some of those segments were like 20-30 minutes long. Early access to Anarchy battles or ranked battles. I don't really know what Anarchy battles are, to be honest, but I'm guessing the ranked battles are probably stuff like oh, what are they called again? There's, seems I remember from Splatoon 2, there's something called Clan Blitz and Tower Control. Maybe Area Control, something like that. Anarchy is ranked, okay. But is it like separate from ranked? Or is it just the same thing? Because, to be honest, I don't know too much about Splatoon 3, because okay, so it's just the name for it, right? Okay. But yeah, I haven't really been following too much, I gotta say, regarding Splatoon 3. I have seen the trailer for like the, I guess, mascots, the singing group, I guess. But yeah, I haven't really been following too much along with that. Maybe because I just knew that I was not gonna play Splatoon 2, because it's not really a game for me. But yeah, still looks interesting. Apparently I just saw in the FC chat that a lot of people in our group, or in our FC, or in my FC, that has basically been going through the MSQ very slowly. I think she's basically been going around basically doing everything possible for each expansion, or from like each part of the game. As for like the last year or so, been like at the most in Heaven's Ward, and has apparently just made it to I believe, Kugan. So that's a bit surprising. Story mode was good. You want to play a more salmon run. I think that's also, from what I remember hearing, is one of the very popular modes, but isn't it something where it's like only available at certain, like, only at certain times or something like that? You can't play it all the time unless it's like, I don't really know, like, if I remember correctly, Salmon Run, the only way you can play it like the normal way is like if you have to basically wait until certain times where they open up for it. But you can technically play it with other, like with your friends in like not ranked or something like that matches where it's just like custom matches you set up at any time or something like that. So about taking your time and enjoying yourself. I mean, the person is basically just called La Toto. She's our little sweet Lalafell in the FC. But yeah, she just goes around and just does whatever. She, like, I've seen her several times just standing around in certain cities or just places just as Bard, just playing music. Like, she just kind of does whatever she wants. To be honest, that's completely fine. That's a way to play Final Fantasy. Like, there's no real, like, rush to ever do anything, because nothing's ever gonna, like, go away, except for, of course, the events, but that's the thing I like about the Final Fantasy compared to World of Warcraft. You don't need to worry about, like, having to absolutely do some of the world first or something like that kills of a raid in order to get a certain mount. Oh, that's always going to be available. Don't need to worry, you can be as slow as you want or you can be as fast as you want. Doesn't really matter. It was in Splatoon 2, as it is in Splatoon 3 now. It's basically open all the time now. Okay. So you can just play whenever. Guess they might have like taken some feedback on that, because I feel like in Splatoon 2, I think I heard that people were a bit annoyed at the fact that they couldn't play like Salmon Run all the time. But good thing they listened to that and I guess just open it up like full time. I'm guessing it might be like maybe Salmon Run maps that just like switch out from time to time, kind of like with the normal maps and ranked maps in PvP. I'm assuming that you're still doing that thing where it's like rotation sort of thing. In Splatoon 2 they changed it so it only closed at 6 hours at a time. Oh, nice. I feel like I heard like when it originally launched it was like people weren't too happy with Salmon Run because they couldn't play it as much. Didn't know that they actually reduced the amount of time that it was closed. That's a good thing. And then it's open for like 36 hours. Nice. It sounds like they at least listen to the player base on that and fix stuff. Everyone doesn't let you bring your own weapons. You gotta get random weapons out of 5. Yeah, and I believe you, at least in Splatoon 2, you also got like I believe it was like you got a random weapon from like a limited pool of like what, 4, I guess, that just rotated around, and then you also got like one of your like special abilities, like the I guess jetpack, like a sniper sort of beam that just blasted through everything, like including walls, something like that. It's both the map rotate and the weapons rotate. Yeah. Okay, so they also rotate weapons now. Huh. Know that. Like from what I've learned, like the only stuff, as I said, that I know about Splatoon really in depth is from those videos from Chuck and Connor Roy. I've always been okay. Didn't know that. Oh. Like, I knew that they had like different maps where like those maps were like set up in different ways. I didn't know they did that much rotation in terms of weapons, because maybe it's because I only really remember the last time he played Salmon Run in one of his videos, which was with 3 of his friends, I believe. One of which had only just finished the tutorial for Salmon Run and didn't know too much about Splatoon. Let's just say that they didn't win any matches, I think, because they just kept dying and losing the rounds. So yeah, but still, I think I'm just, I don't know, maybe just remembering the 4 weapons that they had to work with there, I guess. But yeah, the game seems fun. It's just not really a game that I think that I would enjoy personally. Mainly because it's like heavily just PvP that I think is the main focus of the game, which I'm not a big fan of, to be honest. In most games, like even here in Final Fantasy, the only reason I do any sort of PvP is just for the series rewards. And I should probably honestly do some more of that, so I don't end up having to be like in the last week or two just be like, hey, I need to get from around like here all the way down to here. Fuck my life. Like, my god, that was not fun. I basically had to like grind so much PvP in like 2-3 weeks or something like that. That was not fun. I mean, I got decent, kind of okay at like playing Dragoon in PvP, but like I could just feel that at the end where it was like I just need like 2 matches left. I was just kind of like, I just want the matches to finish so fast. I think the last like 3 or 4 matches I was just sitting at my computer just mad as hell, because I was just kind of like, just either let us stop the other team in crystalline conflict or let us get stomped so I can just get on with my life, because I just didn't want to play anymore. I think I did the last like 2 or 3, but like those like last few matches on the 22nd of August, like the evening before the patch came out and the I couldn't do the series anymore. I was just sitting there fuming because I just wanted the goddamn matches to end. And then they kept going like, oh, time for overtime, and I'm just sitting there like, just let one of us win. I'm ready to just throw the match, just like not do anything, just so we can lose in some cases. Because we just kept like keeping the enemies away from the goal, and we were just like, we were gonna lose, and I just got annoyed because I just didn't want to play anymore. It's fucking crystalline conflict. You wonder, 3 still have local multiplayer server run? Maybe. I think the version that Chaga played was probably online. Version he played, like with friends, because if I'm not mistaken, one of his friends lives somewhere in the US. Like, I think some of them, like himself and like his two of his friends live like different places in the US, and then the last guy is like in Canada. So I'm pretty sure they played online with that. But I could be wrong. Also, I should probably do this because I need to make sure that I leave the island for... No, I should maybe I left actually before 11 PM. I almost hit time. It doesn't do too much. Sure. It basically needs to like weather on the islands be a certain type. And I need to make sure that I enter the island at a certain time as well. I want to get the animals basically spawn that I need. But it's only in like 30 minutes that it spawns. It's basically like a crab. One called beachcomb. Want to get? It's a rare one. Regardless of the mode, in Splatoon 2 you could bring a friend into online battle via local co-op. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, when it comes to most of the modes, I'm a little bit lacking in terms of knowledge at least. But although that's that. Door? Is that... I think that's the lava field that gives you the quest regarding the Pharaoh Circus? Pharaoh Sirius? Ah, so you were here? I guess it kind of makes sense considering it's in Limsa, or in Nausea. Oh. But yeah. I think I'm probably gonna go ahead and end the stream here because it's been like 4.5 hours now. And I've basically done all the things that I want to do for the stream, so yeah. Let's do that. And go to this. Alright, so I should also pull up browser and see if I can find someone that I can possibly raid. Let's see here. About you, perhaps? You usually stream for again? Can't see. Damn it, I can't see how long you usually stream for because the thing cuts off in a weird way. Let's just go there anyway. Just do you think that we're gonna raid Lakshi? So yeah. Let's see here. Next stream is gonna be tomorrow. And I still haven't announced what game it's gonna be, but I was kind of thinking that I was gonna, I don't know, let's call it, like, make a post on Twitter or something, just kind of showing, giving a hint to what game it is. So the, probably not, because I don't own that game. I guess that's one hint, just, it's not Pixelina, because I don't have that game. But yeah, I might post, I don't know, a hint or something a little bit later. I guess. I don't know. But, yeah. The, plan is basically that I'm kind of thinking that I'll probably start the stream at maybe, I don't know, 2 o'clock maybe, and then go for like, thinking maybe 6-hour stream. Not sure, Ali, but maybe. Sure that it though, but I still also need to set up my laptop fully with settings for OBS and stuff, because I haven't really done that yet. I've only just installed OBS and I've installed the game like a bit of time ago, but set everything up there still, so yeah. It's definitely been a game that I've been excited to play for like most of the year at this point. Because that's also kind of a hint, but yeah. But yeah, should have maybe a hint out here later tonight, I guess. Hopefully. Yeah. And I'm thinking that I'm probably also going to post here Sunday a new schedule that I'm just going to like keep into my Twitter, so it basically just shows the days that I usually will stream now from now on, because yeah, I don't feel like doing a new schedule every single time, plus it's basically gonna be the same like days, I guess, throughout the week. So yeah, it's not, isn't it? Can't speak. There's much else really to say, so yeah. Gonna raid Lakshi, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. So guess until next time, everyone, I'll see ya.